Um, I forgot what scene we were on. Hang on, chat. I forgot what scene to press. So I might have to set up a couple or go through a couple of these. We were on. Oh, it was show and tell because that's where the camera was. Oh, fair enough. All right, so here we go. 3, 2, 1, and Success! I did it correctly this time. What is up,
This
everybody? Hello,
my friend.
and hello over there, because we're all in the same room. See?
Yes, indeed.
Everything is live. Look at that. Like, hand over here, hand over here. We got it.
Oop, oop, oop.
We are back in the kitchen because, as a joke, I put in
Wild.
cooking as an option today, and you voted for it. Why? I gotta move this one up. There. Why? Why did you vote for it, Chat? No, I don't. I'm gonna move that back for you. Chat, why? Why did you vote for a cooking stream? Well, I mean, technically it was a cooking stream and talking about Dom, but because you're gonna be cooking in here,
A little bit of both.
it was a tie. So because you're gonna be cooking in here, we can't go over anything new with Dom. We can't finish the conversation. We can't talk about your bending powers. So yeah, screw all of you for ever getting into hearing that.
Wild.
But what we can do is reminisce. Just like what I did with Vixie the other day with Nessa's character.
For sure.
We can discuss all of the what started your character, all the plot lines that you've encountered, all the ones that may be closed by this point.
Sure.
But yeah, we can talk about Dobbed and talk about High Point, and we're gonna cook. We're gonna cook some dinner.
All right. Let's make it happen.
3 cameras. You didn't vote for it. I know, Soul. I know you didn't vote for it, Soul. And I'm sorry. I wanted Johnny 5 just as much as you did. I still want Johnny 5, and Johnny 5 will happen. Honestly, I'm pretty sure next Friday we're just going to do it because I want. What were you saying? Yeah, he wanted to talk about Dom. But no, we will talk. We will probably do Johnny 5 next Friday. That's most likely what's going to be next Friday. Because I really want to see what we can do with Johnny 5. I have been working it in my head so much. I don't know what I want to do. I don't know if I should do... I was thinking I have 2 methods. Either as he levels up through the phases that you see in the movie, which would be one way.
I've got to watch this movie before we do this.
Actually, you know what? Maybe we'll if you're free Sunday afternoon, we'll do it. Come on over. We'll watch them.
How many are there?
2.
Might be able to.
But so my one option is as he levels up, he progresses like he does in the movie. Or we take an inspiration from some of our fans recently, and from community members that have done some submissions. And what we do is we make Johnny 5 as like kind of like a base character, kind of like there are base races. And then you say, well, which version? Are you going to do Johnny 5? And I was thinking about this. You can do like Johnny 5, the nerf. The early version of Johnny 5 when he first got alive, all he wanted was information, right? So we can make that sub-build, not a subclass, but like a sub-build of him, specifically about being like a wizard. Because he wants knowledge, all he wants to do is read books. So that build's a wizard build. Then there's his punk build. Later in the movie when he goes psycho nuts and he's dying. And he's like, screw it, I'm just going to go on a rampage. Goes into a tech store and becomes like this robotic fighting punk machine. Literally, he makes like his own like mohawk and shit. And starts talking crazy. Like, we can make that a barbarian or a fighter, or an artificer, because it has like, you know, guns and he has a rocket launcher. Like, he actually literally turns one of his toolboxes into a rocket launcher, which is great.
Sure.
So, and then there's another version of him where he's like kind of in between, where he knows some stuff, he's more upgraded, he's not the, I want to learn everything, he's not the fighter, but he does have some cool little like extra tools. And that could be like the artificer, the rogue. So
Sure.
I don't know if I want to make one that just progresses through all the levels, or do I just want to make snapshots of him? So you can play Johnny 5, but which version of him?
I'll probably have a better idea after I see them and see like how this might play out as like an actual person wanting to do this in game, and like how they would eventually like climb through or whatever, versus what it would look like if it was just different entities, like almost like shifting at different points in time. Like you get to like respec halfway through your game or some shit.
Oh my gosh. I am so dumb. I didn't update my stream. So therefore, the stream is still on D&D and still on Roots of the World. Hold on, everybody.
Wild.
That's not what we're doing today. We're cooking today.
It's
Hold on.
not Roots of the World.
So, okay, we have some options. Yeah. There is technically a cooking category, but it's tiny. Like, absolutely tiny. There's like less than 1,000 followers.
For
There
sure.
is the IRL category, or there is just the just chatting category. What should we be in?
I mean, I feel like other people see us.
No, but I mean like small as in
Like
it's
nobody's in there.
no one uses it. No one uses it. No one watches it. No one follows it. It's like, and that one's I think more for like
Lame.
cooking instruction. Like
For
people
sure.
are actually doing that. I'm just thinking IRL. I don't know if this is considered IRL or if this is more of a just chat.
I
Because
feel like
chatting,
just chatting.
we're not really outside.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, what up, Nug? Being rude. Being rude, you guys.
It's super rude. We are trying to, yeah, I have to change it now. Okay, hold on. We're working on that, or I'm working on that. Yeah, I did not fix that before stream. I was so busy with everything else for stream, like I always do.
Because we're in a new place, a new environment. We got our back room. We got the stage pretty much on lock. We got obviously our traditional studio on lock. But this is, I mean, I think Vortex has done one or two other streams before, but still, this is a fairly infrequently used place. So we're working out the thing. Especially with some of the new equipment that we got. We got our mics. Please definitely let us know
Yes,
how
let
we're
us know,
sounding.
please. How is the sound quality? Because we finally are able to use these mics with OBS,
Yes.
which means we now have the filter. So I shouldn't be able to spike the mic, or maybe that's spike, but
Yeah.
it shouldn't be that bad if I talk loud, but it also shouldn't be that bad if I talk soft. Unlike before, where I had to intentionally always talk soft, we should be fine doing all this. Plus, with these pinned, we can walk around, and I can talk to you over here and not sound any different.
Exactly.
So much room for activities.
Yeah, I can be doing cartwheels.
Cartwheels.
No, I'm excited. I am not a culinary individual. I have long since professed the only thing I really know how to make is bacon, and I can mess up literally everything else, even boiling water, right? So we're gonna try and learn how to do different things, and I think we've decided what we want to do today. But you know, it's when you're in a place where you don't have the skill set that a lot of other people have, they can do such wonderful things with. Like my lovely lady, she does all kinds of wonderful dishes, and especially with her food requirements that she has, there are a lot of creative ways that you find to be able to make food, and I think it's a phenomenal talent. So I'm very impressed with all people that have that skill. I definitely know Vortex and Vixie have that skill. Vixie, a phenomenal baker, and just all things delicious.
To be fair, you know, valedictorian in her.
I'm just
class,
saying, like, you know,
certified pastry chef.
people are boss mode, and that is them for sure. So I'm always here to learn. I've tried to teach myself a couple of times. I've tried to have a couple other people help me. I never actually end up making something that I would want to eat again. Like I tried making something that I made with somebody without them one time, and I just sat down and I was like, who wants to eat this? Like who wants to eat this? Nobody, right? So it was just I cannot justify putting all that time and energy into something that is just it's not even mid. It's just bad.
By the way, Nugget, if you're still here, do me a favor, get second. I have to pay people back for showing up so previous streams, and I wasn't able to give them out. So
Oh, because
I'm
yeah.
boosting the amount of points I'm giving today.
Oh, okay.
But Nugget
Right
hasn't done it yet.
Nugget.
Nugget,
Do
do
it.
it.
Nugget.
Just do it.
Get your second Nugget.
Get the second nugget. All right, so yes, we are going to be cooking today. I think what we landed on was doing something pretty simple. This way we can
Love
make
some
it
simple
easy.
stuff.
It's going to be simple in the sense that it's a very simple meal. It's something that is good for anybody to generally know. And again, these aren't things like I am not a professional chef. I don't memorize most of this. You are going to see us using Google because, like I was telling Kage right before we started the stream, I follow instructions. I don't follow recipes. So when something tells me time and temp, that's what I take away. Everything else is up to my doing. So
Sure.
I know how to make a lasagna very tasty. I just follow the instructions to make sure that it's
Yes.
So, it's not going to be like I'm sitting here being like, so what you have to do is make sure the oven's at this temperature and then make sure you, no. What we're going to be doing is I'm going to be looking up the time and temp for the actual bake. Then once we have that number, we'll preheat, and then I'm just going to show you how to make a good sauce, how to layer it, and then we're going to throw it in the oven and talk to chat for the rest of the time. Like literally 90% of the lasagna is the sauce.
Okay.
90% of the lasagna is the sauce. 5% is the quality of ingredients.
Okay.
You can have a really shitty amount of ingredients. You can have the worst type of ingredients and still make a bomb lasagna with the right flavor, which is why the sauce change. You can have the shittiest type of cheese. The sauce can change everything you get from spices.
Cool.
So 90% is the sauce. 5% is the quality of ingredients. Meaning if you have the right pasta, if you have the right type of cheese, if you have the right type of meat, that will elevate any sauce. Because the sauce, you can have a shitty everything, but a sauce can have enough flavor to taste amazing, right?
Okay.
You can flavor anything good, but quality of ingredients will absolutely elevate it. The last 5% is the quality of the cooking. That's your bake time. If it's underdone, it's kind of like a bell curve. If it's underdone and you're on that first part of the bell curve, that underdone portion is going to be chewy and not in a good way. Like pasta's going to be, too al dente.
Yeah.
It's going to be too weak. It's going to stick to your teeth. The cheese won't be fully melted and spread. It'll be, it'll be a little bit. What's the word I'm thinking? I don't know. It tastes like it's not like done. It tastes like you're eating it raw. And then if you overdo it, of course, on the other side of that bell curve, you overdo it, you get burnt pieces. You get the cheese almost like not curdles, but there's a different texture you get when you overcook the cheese when it's mixed. The sauce becomes way too liquidy. You don't get the right distribution. And granted, you can't really, in my opinion, overcook pasta in a lasagna because there's too much liquid. You really can't like super overdo it.
I will say
you can burn a bunch of the outside.
There have been pastas that I've been where the actual noodle, the pasta itself was hard, and I don't know if that was overcooking.
That's typically undercooking. That's either undercooking it or they did not have enough liquid. Because there's a thing about the one thing that I've loved about learning about lasagna in my later life is that I do not pre-cook my pasta.
Okay.
We are going to use dry pasta all the way through.
Interesting.
Because if you make the right, but this is probably where it happens, is you can pre-cook it and then layer it in like paper. But if you use it hard, as long as you're doing a proper layering with enough sauce, there's plenty of liquid that as you're baking it, it's going to cook the pasta, absorb enough water. There is no need and no real benefit to pre-boiling it. And in fact, in my opinion, you're actually losing flavor by pre-boiling it. Because if I cook it,
the flavor gets into the water and then you strain it out. And
well, not even that. But if it's absorbed all that water, how much sauce is it going to absorb? But in a lasagna, if the water is the sauce,
that's fair.
My hypothesis or my theory is that you are going to get a more rich flavor out of the pasta by doing a bake instead of boiling it ahead of time. Now, I have not been able to but you wouldn't replicate this with like a pasta bake or like a mac and cheese bake because there's not a lot of liquid in it.
True, because most of that's just cheese, and
Exactly.
that's not really.
You can do it if you went heavy on the milk and cream. You could technically make it thick enough, but then you're not really making mac and cheese at that point. You're making more close to a casserole without the milk.
Sure.
And at that point, just make more filling.
Fair.
All right. So, well, Nugget's still not doing the second. So I
No
guess
love
that
Nuggets?
50 points that I'm going to give out for second today
I want them.
is going to go to waste because Soul already got the 100 points for number one.
Yo,
Because Soul's been here for like 4 days.
I have 98K points.
Well, Soul's been here for like 3 or 4 days when I've been doing my little pop-ups and live streams and tests.
Sure.
And keeps trying to do it, but I keep, I'm not in chat and I'm not able to give it to him. So I've refunded them every single time. So
Sure.
this time, because they got number one, I give 100. There is 50 points for second and 25 points for third just for today.
Nice,
nice.
nice.
And it was intended for the nice people who were here to
Who've been
support
around.
us, but it goes to anybody now because they're not, taking care of it. Anyway,
No
we are
love.
here to do lasagna. So, of course, first things first, always do a nice little hand clean. Accurate. I probably also need another drink because my as you can see, my glasses.
No. Oh, bro. Get that fixed.
So let me go fix this real quick, and then we will get started. And you know what's really awesome, chat? I can be in the other room
That's very
and
true.
still talk to you.
Just
I have nothing to say to you, but I can. You sound so bad. What's going on about you, love? How you doing? Good morning. I really see. You know what I need to do? I need to become so much more cultured, so I can start saying good morning to our viewers wherever they're from. Like, I need to figure out how to reply to Soul. In Mandalorian.
Sure.
I'd like to be able to actually properly greet Hoilepa. And what was the other one?
Oh, that's right.
We recently got another person from.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't Spain, was it?
Maybe.
They were in the same time zone as Hoilepa.
Yeah,
But it would be
yeah.
nice to, like, for me, because I'm bad at memorizing things, but it would be nice if I could get to the point where I could properly just like especially for the OGs. Like I couldn't do it for everybody, but
Sure.
there would be a nice point to where it's like, even like at this sort of stream, I could say hi like a couple different ways,
Sure.
and everyone would think, "Oh, that's cute. You're just saying hi," in a variety of ways. But the OGs would know I'm saying hi to the chat, and then I'm saying hi to y'all.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that would be so cool because how in the future, people would be like, "Oh, that's hi in German," but everyone like that's what everyone would think, and I'm just like, "No, that's just for Hoilepa." Like, I don't know. That would be kind of cool if I could get to the point to where I could learn like just a handful of
That's not a bad idea at all.
handful of things. It's only 5 a.m. It's only 5 a.m. Danish, Italy, Switzerland. I don't remember where they were from. You were in the chat, Hoilepa, when we were chatting with them.
Yeah.
You two were in the same.
What?
They were a brand new follower, and then they were in the same time zone. It was brand new though.
Yeah, they just kind of stumbled upon us. Where they joined the Discord too.
I'm pretty sure they did. It was one of our newest add-ons. Anyway, so for me, it would be Guten Morgen.
Guten Morgen?
See, it's one of those things where it's like I've heard that before, and I'm not gonna say like I just wasn't sure how common that actually was, because you know how after a while when you start to like research certain cultures, there's things that in America we've been told, like there's bad things we've been told, and then there are sometimes things that we've been told that are pretty accurate in terms of like the language, but then you realize when you go there like, yeah, but no one really says that.
Sure.
Like if you say that, it's obvious you're either an American or it's obvious you don't speak our language because you learn that in school. And this is it's like one of the more recently like for like like Spanish speaking, like Buenos Dias is nice, but there are other slangs that make you sound more like
Like a
oh,
native
you
speaker,
really
yeah.
know the language,
Yeah.
like know the language, right? And that's where I feel like where I've heard, I've heard that where it's like Guten Morgen, and I'm just like, is that really it, or is that just what we were told is the common? But then you go there
Sure,
and
sure.
people are just like, you would stand out if you said that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because I've heard that on a couple occasions in certain languages where they're just like, it's it's appropriate, but that would be like us on a regular basis going good afternoon.
Sure, sure.
No one here really says good afternoon. Like it wouldn't be abnormal if someone just said good afternoon. But it would be more like what's up. You would tell someone say just say what's up.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
you'll get along way better
Interesting.
here if you say what's up instead of good afternoon. You
Yeah.
know, or top of the morning to you. Just feel like just say
That
good
would
morning.
definitely make you stand out.
And that's what I feel like I've started to, to understand is like it makes me more questionable. That's why I want to learn more from locals than people who've studied, right?
Sure,
Is
sure.
you could learn the language, but a local will tell me what I should be more aware of.
Book smarts versus street smarts.
Yeah.
I feel it.
Guten Morgen. Morgen for the region you live in. Just means good. I figured Guten Morgen was just good morning. I mean, that
Sure.
I would hope at least I understand the basics of that. But it's again, I know that many places treat language different. Just because we say good morning, and there's an easy translation in a different language, I've learned not to assume that that is going to be their standard way of greeting.
By
Just
the
because
way,
it makes sense in their language doesn't mean that's what they would.
it's got to be
Yes.
Foxer or Serotonin. They're the two most recent.
It's Fox. It has to be Fox.
Is it Foxer?
I'm pretty sure it's Fox.
Foxer is the most recent.
I'm pretty sure it's Fox. Anyway, we've washed our hands. We've gotten my beer. So we are gonna make lasagna. Yes.
Yes, indeed.
You're the only one with a phone. So you're gonna have to look up some things. But right now, we don't need to worry about too much. We just need to worry about ingredients. So first and foremost, one of the most important ingredients, of course, is a pasta. In this particular case, we have lasagna pasta.
Beautiful.
And the best part about this is you don't have to pre-boil it. Like you can,
Sure.
and then you can
Just
mess with all of that.
It's like we were talking
But
about.
we're not going to do that. This is, and again, so I've already said this to Kage, but we're going to talk about this real quick. This was a joke. The whole cooking thing was a joke. But it spawned from an inside joke with Kage about just our different levels of cooking and the motivations for cooking, right? Some people find cooking really fun. Some people want to learn cooking for a variety of reasons. And then others have different motivations. For Kage, his motivations are not necessarily learning a particular style of cooking. And correct me if I'm wrong here, I'm paraphrasing your own words, but from what I understood, your approach to cooking was you want to be able to know this is a particular way I like this particular meal, and that's what I want to know how to cook. I don't want to know how to cook eggs. I want to know this is how I like scrambled eggs, so teach me that. And that's what I want to be able to cook is the way I like them. You don't want to know scrambled eggs versus fluffy eggs versus overeat. Just teach me how I want
It's very true.
my recipe.
And I don't know if this is just an ADHD mindset, but here's the deal. If I do not use it on a regular basis, I will not keep it in my brain. So if it's not something that I'm using, if I'm not gonna like make eggs like that because I don't like eggs like that, there's really no point or purpose for me to go down that road. So for the most part, very much so, like teach me what I'm actually gonna use, not just all the things just because there are things out there, you know?
Right. Well,
like,
and that's the approach to cooking. Like, so the reason why I have my approach to cooking, and before we get on this, I want to mention what Philippa just said because that's kind of cool. So they mentioned that Guten Morgen, normal good morning, but there is the slang from their specific location of, and there is no R in this, so moin.
okay.
Like I'm assuming it's one instead of broken up into moin.
Mm-hmm.
It could be. Philippa, let me know. Is it two? Is it moyen or is it moin? Is it what is that syllables? Is it two distinct syllables or is it meant to be glossed over as one? But Philippa says that specific one is kind of funny, specifically in their area because the moyen or moin, and you'll see why here in a second. Why I don't know if there's a break there. Is it actually came from English after World War II. the soldiers that were stationed there were British, and that's how they greeted each other. So I'm assuming that's why I don't know if it's Moin, because it's Moin.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm assuming the British was Morin, like morning.
Yeah.
So because there's no RN in the middle, I don't know if it's Moin, as in one, you just say it all at once, like morning, like Moin,
Mm-hmm.
or is it Moin, like morning,
Right,
and they just, so I'm trying to understand how, because I can understand where it came from.
Sure.
Morning was probably a very British slang, or morin. Like, I don't know how they would have said it. Like,
Sure.
just like we say morning, there's probably a compact version. And then with the accents, that probably transitioned into Hoilepa's
And that's exactly what I'm thinking.
region, is
Yep.
they took the morning, and if you don't say orn, and you just say morin,
Yeah.
and did that turn into morin, or moin, or moin? Like, I don't know. Language is weird. I watch way too many language YouTubers, and just erratically.
I see the same thing in with TikTok.
But there's regular, like, there's some YouTubers that will break down language, and like how language is, where you speak from, like the back or the front of it. Like, I don't even know all that stuff. I don't even understand how that works.
Yeah.
But they break it down, and I'm just like, that's fascinating.
The vocal artists that I talk to know all about that, because they literally use their voice as an instrument, so they know how to do all the things with it. So it's wild. But
I gotta do more things at once. Anyway,
fair enough.
So anyway, where were we before I went off on that? We were talking about.
We brought out the pasta. We were starting the ingredients.
We were talking about the pasta. We were saying that. What was I talking about? Because I was in the middle of answering you, and then I was like, I want to answer Lepa real quick.
Yeah. I do remember that.
Does anybody know who's in chat? There's 5 people in chat. What was that? God damn it, ADHD. Because we talked about the flavors. We talked about the sauce is the most part. Quality of the ingredients is the next part. Quality of the bake, the cook is the next part. Right?
Sure. Yep.
We have our pasta.
Put it in there without having to boil it ahead of time.
My favorite thing about that. And then we were gonna bring out everything else. But I could have sworn you said
we were talking about something. We went off on something.
You'd either have to go back and see if you can find it in the audio, or we'll just have to move on. I swear you were gonna like. Oh, you were talking about like your motivations for cooking, right?
Oh, motivation
for
cooking.
So I was gonna say. So here's how I was gonna say it. So your motivation is just don't teach me all the fluff, but the reason why for me the fluff is important, because here's how I was brought up. Right, I was brought up to cook by my dad, and his way of teaching me was a modified version of how he taught himself, right? Because he didn't have any. He was a bachelor, so all through his 20s, he taught himself how to cook. So his method of teaching me was getting rid of all of the dumb mistakes and only teaching me the fundamentals, but kind of the hard way. So his method, the reason why he taught me was, in his 20s, what he would do is, because being poor and still having to survive, is he would buy something, and he hated just eating the same exact thing too much, especially because he couldn't cook. So he would try. He would, look up recipes. He would try things. But he was at that stage in his life where if he bought something and he fucked it up, he was going to eat it.
Sure.
Like, it doesn't matter. He burnt that steak. That was his dinner that night. There is no other steak to cook. So he chose things that he felt he was confident in being able to do and not fuck up, and slowly learned, right?
Sure.
And then eventually, when he couldn't have all the stuff in the recipe, he had to eventually modify it, right? But you learn quick how not to burn a steak. You learn quick how not to overcook things when that's your only meal, right?
Yeah.
So that was his mentality. And then eventually it was just that plus only using what you had eventually built his knowledge base. So me growing up, his method of teaching me was not teaching me, here's how we're going to cook this. It was never once did he sit me down and say, this is what the end result is, so here's how we're going to do it. I never once got taught a recipe my entire childhood. I didn't say a recipe until I was 8.
Sure.
Because his mentality was, cool, what are we cooking? Like, just first you have to choose the base of the meal. And he listed, usually that means meats, like a pasta, or, like the bed. Like, he would kind of teach me the category. And then once we did that, he would be like, okay, we can have steak or chicken. So I would just do chicken. He'd be like, okay, take me to the seasoning counter. And he would teach me, like, what you smell is not what you're going to taste. But start to understand what the smell is now, make your choices, and then figure out what the taste is later, and you'll start to make associations.
Sure, sure.
So he would just have me sniff whatever season that I want before I would choose them. He'd be like, smell. Now think about what the chicken tastes like. Does that smell like that? Does that smell go with that taste? And then that's how I learned. He would literally just have me make a dinner, and he wouldn't let me fuck it up. Like he would never make me.
He would make sure, like,
he would tell me. He'd be like, "So why do you think those two go together?" He goes,
Sure.
"That's gonna be too." Like he would steer me away from bad combos,
Sure.
but he would never challenge me on combos that weren't perfect.
Sure.
Because he would let me make something that didn't taste good. He would never let me burn it or waste food, but he would let me cook food that wasn't good. Why? Because once I learned why it wasn't good, it wasn't just don't ever put those flavors together.
I think there's this a video I saw not too long ago about mom teaching her kids to like not just say no to a bunch of food and turning them into food scientists, where they literally give them a little lab coat and a little pen and paper and everything, and they will say, I want you to try everything, but you don't have to like it. If you don't like it, that's great, but write down specifically why you don't like it. It's too mushy, it's too soft,
That's a
it's too
great
hard, it's too hot, because then you start learning and be like, okay, I tried broccoli and I don't like that broccoli. But you recognize it's not the broccoli that you don't like. It's the fact that they made the broccoli that way.
Yeah.
Right? And so you can find other ways to get it. Like, you might not like it raw, but you might love it steamed. You might not like it one way, but you could love it, covered in cheese or something. Whatever the case may be. Like there's ways to like it. So like that's I totally get that mentality. And I will say what I would really like to learn is technique, right? And while I understand that, like knowing what doing something to a recipe is gonna do.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean when I say that? Like,
well, and that's where I was kind of going with my story. Is like that's what my dad was teaching me, is like learning the hard way, and that's kind of like my approach. But when you were talking about mentioning like you just don't teach me like all of the other stuff, just teach me how to make the thing I like.
Sure.
The reason why I went down the path I did, not just because of how he taught me that, but once I started doing that, once I was able to, without a recipe, say, I want chicken tonight, and from the get-go, take chicken out of the fridge, go to the spice rack, select things, know how to put it on the chicken, in what combo, how to cook it, and then come out with something that was not only tasty but edible, was like a huge accomplishment, right?
Sure.
But very much like my dad, I'm not huge on, like, as much as autism gets me in ways, repetitive food isn't my thing. I don't like eating the same thing for every meal. That's not my favoritism.
Sure.
So that was a big deal for me, is while I like recipes, I also don't memorize well because of the ADHD. So with those combinations, I just can't be like, I'm going to cook this the same way every time. I just can't do that in general. And I get bored just following the same thing. And I also just have this natural aversion when I see something boxed, like boxed mac and cheese.
Sure.
I know it's meant for the palate of the average person.
Sure.
The average, like, international or at least national, depending on the brand version, right? So I'm just like, there's no way that is the best way to cook it. There's no way that that's the best flavor I can have. And I just like different things, right? Sometimes I want more garlic or more onion. So my thing about knowing all of the little bits is because that suits my palate, right? I'm the kind of person that when I make mac and cheese, today I want mac and cheese with garlic. Next time I might want mac and cheese with buffalo and chicken, like buffalo sauce and chicken. Maybe next time I want it with tuna. Like every time I have mac and cheese, I don't have a very specific, that's the mac and cheese I make.
Sure.
When I want mac and cheese, I'm like, I know what I want as a base, but I know I don't just want mac and cheese. I want mac and cheese with something.
And that's very fair.
And there's the difference, I think, in understanding how you want to cook, though, because I'm not saying that I'm better. It's just that when you think of cooking, you're like, if I want, say, mac and cheese, you have a picture of the perfect mac and cheese, and you're like, I would love to be able to make.
That. I not necessarily. Like what I'm talking about is honestly a lot closer to what you're talking about, but it's the end result needs to be mac and cheese.
Yes.
And like that's the don't teach me all the other things type stuff. Don't teach me stuff that doesn't apply.
You
to
want the
mac
fundamentals
and
of mac and cheese, and then you want to say, how would I change it?
Like I don't like, again, once I understand how to make something, Like, I would love to be able to like say, I don't know if this would even be possible, but like make the foundation of mac and cheese, but make it in like Costco size, like in mass, and then like flavor it differently for like different days of the week. So I'm having mac and cheese every day, but every day it's different mac and cheese. One day it's buffalo, one day it's Alfredo, one day it's something else. I don't know how possible something like that would be, but that would be like an idea. But like knowing what to do different things, like I know that there are certain textures, certain things that I dislike, and I understand that different ingredients can fuck with that a little bit, So it
I got you. So we can do. I don't know if we should roll some dice. This could be one of those things. We can do up to 6 layers. Now, the bigger the layers, you can tell the more layers, the thinner each layer.
Sure.
But technically, we can do up to 6 layers. Should we roll the dice? Should we let chat decide?
Before we do that, let me get an idea of what the layers could potentially consist of. So I'm assuming there's going to be a layer of sauce.
Consider that. Look at the box, and you can show chat what the box is. Like, this is what we're talking about.
There's going to be a layer of cheese, and I don't know if you consider the noodles a layer.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. But like this, so this is what we're talking about as so in terms of when I mean a layer is we can do up to 6 layers of pasta. Meaning when you see pasta.
Oh, got you.
So, but that does mean what's in between, so a layer. So when you just mean pasta to pasta, we can do, so it starts with pasta on the bottom. It always starts with pasta. So
and everything above it counts as one layer.
So imagine this pasta that's touching the plate. That pasta and all the sauce on top of it is one layer.
Gotcha.
Once you get to the next pasta, that's another. So we can do 1 up to 6.
Gotcha.
It's not what's below it, it's what's above it. Because we always start with pasta on the bottom.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking of layers differently than you described.
I will tell you that it's the more layers, the more decadent, the more fancy, the more bougie it is. And also, just again, the thinner they are, the more dense it is. And just it's just more work, but it's no different. It's just more that. So I said we can technically roll for it because it would be fun. We can let chat decide, or you can decide how because that's the max amount I can do.
I mean, I'm totally down to roll for it to see what we get.
Should we roll for it, chat? Should we roll for how many layers of this lasagna? Because we get up to 6. I could roll a d6. Well, what if the d6 is a 1? Do we want to? We don't want to do a 1 layer.
We'll say 1s and 2s. You can re-roll.
Okay, so a d4. Should we roll a d4?
Sure.
It's a
D4
minimum
plus
of
2.
Okay,
D4 plus 2. Here, you want some dice? You want to roll your own?
If you want to roll some dice, if you got some dice ready to roll, let's fucking roll some dice.
I got a little bit of dice.
Wait, Lepus says 3.
That was gonna be my instinct. You know what?
Oops. Oh, I'm so sorry, but I still have the voting bot on. So when I play Noida, people can't put 1 through 5 in the chat.
Oh,
because
really?
it auto deletes because that's what I have for my voting.
Oh.
So it doesn't fill up chat. So I am so sorry, chat. You cannot put single digit numbers in there. So Hylepus says 2d4. But that's at the 8. You can't do 2d4 because that's 8 layers. But I think a d4.
D4 plus 2.
And then, so minimum of 2 layers. We have to have the bottom layer. And then, of course, we have to have at least 1 more layer. So that's minimum 2.
Sure.
We will let you roll that. Do you want to roll it in front?
Oh, yeah.
All right, everybody. We can even point it down more if we need to, But everybody, let's go. How many layers to
this is my fancy Japanese dice, if you guys can see it. So these all have Japanese numbers on them.
I can't read that. Those are banned in High Point. I can't read them. Because you know what he can do, chat? He can just be like, don't worry, it's 20.
Well, here's the deal.
That doesn't look at the last 20. Hey, you know what? That's racist.
I have it on my little thing, my little translator, because I forget sometimes. But a D4, it's really easy because you can just see the text.
Is that how you get? Yeah, see,
you can see the text.
I don't need fake dice.
Yeah.
I don't need fake dice. I don't need, what do they call them? Like the weighted dice?
Yeah.
No, I just need dice you can't read. And if it ever looks different,
what I say.
And if you dare tell me that that's not the same symbol that from the 20 that the last time I rolled the 20, I'm going to call you racist. Like, what? So all the symbols look the same to you?
Wild.
I see how it is. Like, you know what I mean? I'm just going to flip the script on you.
Disrespectful. All right, let's see.
That's cool.
Let's see what we're doing here.
All right,
Let's see what we
I'm
got
gonna
going
move
on.
this over, and then,
Ooh, okay. You know what? You guys can't really.
yeah, because you guys got me up here. Like, we don't need to.
You can't see
Worry
it. It's
too
like
much.
in the corner. It's a one, guys. It's a one. So it's a total of 3 layers. It's what I was gonna suggest because it's half.
3. That's it.
But it was a one. Look,
3 layers, big ass, chunky layers. That's what we're gonna do.
There's only one little tick. That's how that works.
So let's
This
get
one's
to
a
this.
3.
So let's get to this. So
and that
what I
one
need
over
you to
there is a
do
4.
is do a quick Google search for me, and all you're gonna Google, and I'm just telling you how I do it. So you do you, but for anybody at home who wants to follow along, this is how I basically cook. Again, I'm not a professional. I'm not telling Kage how to do this. I'm just simply going through the steps that I would do if I were deciding to make a lasagna for dinner, which I guess we are. This is how I would do it. Again, I follow instructions. So, how I would do it, and I'm gonna just give you the instructions. I'll give you guys the instructions of how my mind would do it, but I am not doing it myself. So, there, occupado here, is my phone. And my tablet is over there.
Whoa.
All right, so I would go to Google, and I would literally just type in lasagna oven time and temp. I literally, it's because I find that, especially with recipes, it boggles too much. Now, when it comes to recipes, there are typically 3 websites that I look for immediately. If they pop up, those are usually my go-tos. Otherwise, it's all about the picture. I admit it. I will, if I don't find my 3 websites, I will just absolutely default to a picture. First website, if I see it, is Food Network. If I see Food Network, they're always a good baseline because, again, I follow instructions, not recipes. So they are always a great reference. If you see Food Network, you can guarantee their time and their temp is usually within about a 95% accuracy rate. I very rarely ever have to adjust my time and temp with Food Network. What's the other 2? Off the top of my head, there is there's Something Kitchen. I would know it if I saw it, but there's Something Kitchen, Something Country Kitchen, or something like that. They come up a lot for my recipes. And then one of those things. I had them all. Like, I know them when I see them, but now that I'm trying to, like my brain's just fuzz. Alton Brown. He's the number 2, and then it's the other one kitchen. But if Alton Brown has a recipe, I'm all over that too.
Okay.
But anything else than that, it's mostly just about the image. Because again, I'm not going for the recipe. I'm going for something like if I want lasagna, if I see an image of one that has an even amount of cheese spread on the top that looks completely like liquidized, like bubbly, and the edges are crisp but not burnt. But then I see one right next to it where it's just a white sheet, which means the cheese is melted but there's no crispiness. I'm gonna click on the one with the crispiness because you gave me a time and temp that gave me enough of that. Where if you give me one that just looks like the cheese just barely melted,
how do you feel about because in Google searches now most of them start with a little AI response?
Never look at the AI, unless I am going for something more traditional. If I have to remind myself what the safe temperature for pork is, for steak is. If I'm looking for something more complicated like this, I don't trust AI because I don't know if the AI is telling me about a frozen one from the store, a homemade one from scratch, or if I look at recipes, I'm usually looking because I can identify immediately when I look at it whether or not it has anything to do. Like if I open a recipe and it's like, so get your one out of the freezer, I pull away. But with AI, you never quite know what you're going to get with more complex
I'm going to give
recipes.
this to you. This is what my search is, and I want you to tell me which one of these
ignore sponsored.
I also usually ignore sponsored.
Oh, right. So I usually come down to here. So when you start to see this, all recipes, that's the other one. It's not Something Kitchen, it's all recipes. So if you see one from Food Network, all recipes, or Alton Brown, those are my first 3 choices. And the first one you get when you go down to popular recipes where you start to see the images, the first one on there is all recipes, and you'll even see the image. That cheese is fully melted, and there's a little bit of browning.
Okay.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
That's
So funny enough, that's the same one that's the same picture that the AI has.
Yep, and so, but you'll notice if you look at the other ones, like that one looks. I would choose that one and that one over that one,
Sure.
and even that one. That one does not look appetizing. That one doesn't look cooked enough. Both of those look perfect.
Okay.
Those. So
Fair
if
enough.
it wasn't all recipes, and I don't know if you want to show that off, but if it wasn't all recipes, I would be
This
choosing
one
purely off of
here
those images.
is all recipes. This one down here, again, this one to me looks the most appetizing. The one from How to Cook, the one on the bottom. The second one, Vortex said he would choose. This one doesn't look like it's cooked enough, according to him. This one does look weird. This one almost looks like a hamburger lasagna type thing. I don't
Mm-hmm.
know what exactly is going on
Yeah,
with
it
that
doesn't
one,
look
but
right.
the sauce is not red at all, so it makes me feel like there's going to be zero tomato flavor.
Yeah.
So I mean,
So, yeah.
that might be a type of lasagna that you could mess with. That could be good, but
So yeah. So all we're looking for for all recipes is we're gonna open that up, and yes, there's gonna be a whole stuff like lasagna, and this is where it gets complicated, right? This is where the learning comes in. Lasagna is one of those things where it has a wide range, but it's pretty general. Unless we're going for like a 10-pound lasagna, anything from this size to triple this is all around the same time. Time is a little bit relative to 10. Like this size up to about like 3 of these, like, a family size,
sure.
is gonna all cook at the same temp for maybe about a 10 to 15 minute difference. Once I get to like the king platter,
Sure.
that's probably gonna be a different temperature and time. Frozen's gonna be a different temperature and time, which is why we're not worried too much about the size, which is why we're not cooking a recipe instruction.
See, that I will say, that first piece of information is going to be a piece of information that might be hard for me to hold on to.
And that's the information, like we've talked about before, is those are the things that aren't easy to like just say, here's the things you need to know about cooking. I have just learned that because of the ingredients, so specifically, it's because the ingredients and the density of what a lasagna is why I say you don't need to worry too much about whether you're doing a 1 pound versus a 5 pound, right?
Sure.
Like when you're doing a steak, a 1 pound steak versus a 5 pound roast, totally different, right? Time
Sure.
and temp, both are different. For lasagna, I just happen to get comfortable with the idea that if their lasagna is twice our size, their recipe, but it says 425 for 20 minutes, I'm gonna assume 425 for 15. I'm still okay with 425 because I know that there's not going to be as much of a difference in the effect. But if
Sure.
you do a 1 pound or even a half pound steak at 425 that a roast calls for, you're going to burn the shit out of that no matter what, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I mean by that's one of those things. It's not really it's not really something you get taught. It's just one of those things where I've cooked enough of these where I'm just now comfortable saying that lasagna is one of those recipes. Just don't worry when you're looking up Google. Don't worry if that recipe is the same size.
Sure.
Because unless you're trying to do a huge bulk meal, even a single serving is gonna be in the same ballpark. You just adjust the time for what
Yeah.
So it's one of those weird things where I know that's frustrating to people. Where it's like that's not how do I just follow that? It's like you don't. That's not something.
It's hard to get a grasp of, but again, if it's something you end up doing regularly enough, it will be something that becomes second nature.
Exactly. And for me, I just know not to bother with it. But that's why I'm mentioning it, because
it's getting to the point where it's regular enough.
Yeah, but that might be something that someone worries about. Because when I said I go to all recipes and I just said, hey, just go to them and tell me the time to count. I didn't ask you how big their thing was. I'm not going to, I'm not going to do that because I'm not.
Why don't I see count?
So usually you'll have to go to where they do that. Or so go down to where they do their ingredients list. Usually.
That looks like
No. So for recipe sites, so because they're like blogs, all of this is just crap. You have to go down to the bottom because the idea is that they give you all that blog stuff to keep you on the website. So you have to go down to this. You always look for one of these. Another little fun stuff. If you're ever looking up a recipe online, just scroll until you start to see this. You're always going to see the actual ingredients. One thing I love about websites is that's the recipe, but this website will convert to half or a multiplier. And then you come down to immediately after that is the actual. So what I'm looking for here is got the ingredients, blah blah blah, meat, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. blah, blah, blah. See, they pre-cooked their stuff. I'm not going to bother with that.
Gotcha.
And there is no difference in time and temp cooking. Pre-cooking or not cooking,
Right.
it won't change it. Another one of those things that you learn about, like lasagna, is even though they boiled their pasta, it will not change what we're going to do.
Right.
That sounds like it shouldn't work that way. They pre-boiled it and baked it. We're going to bake it at the same time, not pre-boiled it, but it still works. Which is kind of one of those like little hacks that.
I mean, I'll say you learn the same thing in coding. You learn to take little shortcuts that end up with the same result.
Right. So we have step 9 says bake in the preheated oven for 30 to 40 minutes. And then it looks like it's going to be baked in foil. Yeah. So baked in foil for 30 to 40 minutes, and then the last 5 to 10 minutes, remove the foil to brown it. So if it's not in step 9, so that means that there was a step previously that would tell us to preheat the oven, which is usually within the first couple steps. It's not in this one, so they're bad. There it is. It's step 5. These motherfuckers. Preheating the oven. If you are ever in a situation of wanting to write a recipe or follow a recipe, the absolute first thing you should always do, and honestly, in my opinion, the first thing that should always be in a recipe is preheat the oven. If you are ever reading a recipe, always read the recipe first. Like if you are following a recipe, even though I don't, if you are following a recipe, always read it start to finish first before you begin.
That is.
Yes. And if there's ever a part where you're going to have the oven, that is your first step. Well, first step is reading the instructions. But immediately following, the first thing you should always do is preheat the oven. Because it takes a while. You never know how long it's going to take. And once it's set to forget until you need it, right?
Sure.
So it is one of those things I've learned the hard way. That is always what you do, and I hate when recipes get fucking fucked. You know how many times I've gotten into recipes like this where you have half the shit prepped? Then it's like, oh yeah, do this thing and it'll take 20 minutes. And you're like, I have to clean all this up now because it'll go bad if I leave it out for 20 minutes. Sure. Yeah. So anyway, 375, which is why it's going to take so long. So 375 is what they want. And that's going to take, what they said, is going to be 30 to 40 minutes plus an extra 5 to 10. So this is where experience comes in. You can probably get away with up to 400. It's only 25-degree difference. But 375 is going to be safe for the size that we have. We're probably going to drop that time frame down to 25 minutes. So we'll check it at about 15 to 20. Cool. And then we'll probably, so at 15, we'll probably do the removal of oil first. Okay. So other than that, if you can go ahead and prep that to 365,
yes,
we will be good to go. You have to hit the bake or do this one at least. I always like that one because using the fan makes things crispier.
Got you.
Then you just type it out.
Okay. So 375?
375, and then hit start, and then set that and forget it. Okay, so now that that's done, that's just going to be a set and forget. So, like I said, the number one thing, 90% of a lasagna is the salt, right? So we have all of what we need. We do have ricotta as needed. We do have some cottage cheese if we want to add a little bit of texture and more texture and more protein. We don't necessarily need it. And we can go as far as adding bell pepper if we want some extra veg in there, but we don't need it.
See, it's stuff like this.
And then we have plenty of mozzarella. Yes, we have the mozzarella and we have the ricotta.
Different things, like listening to what you were talking about adding in there, I was like, but when you said the bell peppers, I was like, I can fuck with bell peppers.
And bell peppers usually a good addition to a good sauce because we could very easily go with either of a good classic, a good vodka sauce, which is I always like for raviolis, or we could go with a standard sauce. But we're gonna make our own today because that's what we're doing. So we're gonna make our own, and that's where we get to decide the flavor. Where is this flavor gonna go? Right? Cool. We have mozzarella for the very top. We have our ricotta for the middle. We could do a ricotta and cottage cheese, but I think we'll just stick with the classic ricotta. We have plenty of cottage cheese for a little bit of the middle and then beyond. Oh, the meat. That's what I forgot. Hold on, because are we gonna do a meat sauce or not a meat sauce?
I'm down for
Actually,
meat sauce. I
meat
love me a
sauce.
meat sauce.
All right, so
Only because my lady's not here.
we are gonna do something that I cannot
Okay.
at all condone.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
Alrighty. So, we're gonna do something that I cannot condone. We're gonna
Ruh-roh.
absolutely not do this. This is not part of the recipe, and you should absolutely in no way do this. Do as I say, not as I do. I don't want to get in trouble for any of you getting sick, doing something stupid, or going to any of your, chefy friends and then coming back and being like, "Vortex, you don't know what you were doing. You told us to do." No, you're not being told to do this. You absolutely should not ever take your frozen and put it into semi-warm water to fast thaw. You should never, ever, ever do that. And that's exactly not what we are suggesting you do today, as I do the very same thing.
I'm not even gonna lie. Growing up, I thought that was standard procedure. I thought that was like just what you do.
So, no, I am not condoning that you do this. I am not saying that you ever should, because it is very, very not health code. A very big health code violation.
It's the ghetto way.
Always do it in the fridge. That is the public message. Always do it in the fridge.
How long would you say it would normally take?
Overnight.
Okay.
Always overnight. Give it enough time. The only reason why this is a problem is they technically say that because it takes a different amount of time for the center and the edges are in the problematic temperature longer than the center is, and so therefore you have longer amounts of time for bacteria to grow. So therefore, this is the unsafe method because you take the outside, get into that unsafe zone really quickly, and then you have all that time that it can take. But at the same time, if you really want to think about it, it is the same fear of, or not the same fear, but it's also the same mindset behind why they no longer suggest you rest your meat to room temperature before you grill or anything.
Oh yeah.
Because that used to be a big deal, where they would tell you to take your meat out of the fridge and come to room temperature before you grill it or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a big myth behind because that allows for more even cooking, faster cooking, blah blah blah. And in the end, what they actually found, what the science proves, is that it does nothing for the cooking, it does nothing for the quality, it does nothing for the flavor, and it does nothing for the actual real time, like other than seconds.
Sure.
It does nothing major for the thing other than something that's full frozen. So something right out of the fridge versus the 45-minute up to temperature on the counter, no difference in flavor, cook time, like realistically or anything else like that. The only thing it does increase and does improve is the chances for bacteria, because you're taking it from the the tried and true proven safe method of storing food into the classically proven not safe method of storing food, which is out in the open, and then you're trying to act as if that's not going to drastically
increase your chances.
Yeah. So, granted, now you could make the argument that you're going to throw it on the grill anyway, and everybody has to take that thing with a grain of salt. There is a point of over concern, right? Like,
yes,
I can't suggest you do this because it is not the safe way to do it, and I want to be liable. However, when it comes to these rules are typically made by organizations that are overseeing restaurants. Restaurants that serve hundreds of people a day, right? So when it comes to me doing this, twice a month, vastly different than doing it 300 times a day.
This feels like the exact same way that I treat jaywalking. I'm never gonna recommend that somebody go jaywalking, but every once in a while, if I need to, if I feel it's safe, yeah, I'm gonna do it. Right? Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Like if I run into a scenario where I want to make something and I don't have my I might end up doing it. Like, it is what it is. But at the end of the day, you understand that there's a risk involved. But the question is, like, how high of a risk are we really talking here, right? You know, I have the ability to look both ways. I have the ability to mitigate danger. I have the ability to not leave it out forever in like the hot. You can do things. You can do things. So it's fine. It's fine. But I'm excited. I'm very excited. We got our 3 layers coming up over here. We will see how it ends up going down. But yeah.
No, I've been calling, been stalling, been falling. We
The
go again. Time is so precious, a
perfect.
blessing. Don't mess with
Um,
the ball again.
but yeah.
Money, it
So
come and it go and
I
it
feel
come
like I
and
feel like the
it go
direction
again.
that we're going for this,
Loving
and I'm
is
very
good,
excited
it
that this
don't
is going to
go
be
to stay
one of
Look,
our vlogs that I
bumping into
can
trouble
save
at
and
a
hold
rock
on
was
to
where I
for later.
came. See the
Because
flame
I
shine
feel
bright.
like
They were
gathering
puzzled how I'm
information
saved. I could never
from
serve the
this
passion or the
and
fire or the
putting it
man or for
together for
sight how I
myself in
am.
a place where
Ain't nobody asking, I've been
I
basking
can
in my
reference,
liberty, cause slavery
like
is
it's gonna
real.
give
Doesn't
me.
mean
I feel
disciples gotta
like
be
some of
fulfilled. Fighting with my
the
pen, that's the
ideas that
closest
I'm
thing to
gonna learn
steel, and they
here
slowly
are
wanna
gonna be
steal.
able to be
If I do in the
used
wood, I'll
again
figure out
in
the real.
things like making mac and
Juggling the
cheese,
rest of
things
the
like
thoughts in my mind.
uh
The influence was
making,
heavy,
you
all the
know,
faults of
what,
the mind.
enchiladas, you know,
Labels
And
still
different
that's
things
and
like
persuaded
that's
me
the
that.
to
hope.
lead and to
Is
die.
my hope is
And my
not
people, they
to.
be dying over
I
gold
don't
in the
teach you
mines.
how to make
It's funny
one
how
thing specifically.
I'm
What
still
my
numb
hope
to the
is to
trauma
teach you the
I couldn't
ideology
tell if my
behind
joy was out of love or what would
what
hold
I
me
do
when I
and why I
needed
do
me.
it.
A
So
hug, that's the
okay,
realest.
the ideology is not
Yeah,
to make you
this
to
the
teach you how to
closest
make
thing
a
to
marinara sauce
feeling.
like me.
Yeah,
It's to teach
it's
you
the
how I
only thing I'm
approach
feeling.
making
Trying to
a
get me
sauce
closer to
tasty.
the Lord.
Sure.
'Cause maybe he can
But
open up some
we'll
doors where
continue
these
this.
words get to show you all my flaws.
Biggest
This
thing for
poetry
Nice.
in
me when it
pain,
comes to
blessing in the
sauces is
chain, pictures I could paint.
like I
Yeah,
gotta figure out
this poetry
how
in pain,
to
blessings
make
in
the
the chain,
viscosity of
pictures I
the
could
sauce
paint.
be
Yeah,
one that I
this
appreciate,
poetry
one
in
that's not
pain,
too like
blessing in the
chunky
chain,
or too
pictures I could paint.
watery,
Yeah.
you know, like. And I know that there's a bunch of different things, but again, knowing what those things are to like play
And
with the
when.
balance.
It's also about when, right? Like when do you want a sauce to be thicker and when do you want it to be thin, right? Because you don't want a super thick spaghetti sauce. That'd be a little bit weird, but you also
Sure.
don't want it super watery. But you want a gravy to stick to things, right? It's that time of year.
It is that time of year. I didn't realize we were
Fireworks.
starting this soon.
I'm neither.
Like
So
the
anyway,
stands aren't even open yet.
we've been an hour in, and all we've gotten is the oven on and pasta out. But we have checked. We have the cheese.
Okay.
The cheese will stay there for now. The meat. Oh yeah, we have to wait for the meat anyway. So we're gonna be
Is
for
that the
a
first thing?
while.
Is that the first thing that we have to do? Is put that together?
No.
What about the other
No,
things?
we can do the sauce. We'll do the sauce before the meat finishes,
Sure.
because the meat's just browning the meat before it goes in the sauce. Anyway. So
Okay.
you have the sauce bowl over there. You're gonna be in control of the sauce today.
Sure.
Um, how about this guy? There. That's
Came
going
across.
out. Don't worry about the dirtiness of
It's
our oven.
beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Kind of want to be able to see like. Well, it's actually gonna be here. Wait, that's way better. Hold on, chat. Actually, I'm only gonna have to get into this side. I can actually bring that back here, right?
I mean, try opening it again. Are you gonna be able to get in there?
Oh yeah. I mean, the only thing I need in there is the cheese. I'm just trying to get a point of view and not horizontal.
I think it's even if it doesn't get my face in there, like
How is
seeing what
chat?
I'm doing.
Y'all good?
Like you can
Well,
see
I guess here's
the
the
reverse
question.
Wilson.
We got 4 people in chat. Let me know. Do you want this where you can see Kage and the bowl, or would you prefer more up close
You can see me getting my hands
with
dirty.
the bowl? Like, would you prefer this with like the actual bowl in the cooking?
in the cheese.
Because then you can see Kage back there,
Fold
and
in the cheese.
I don't even know why I have this out because like we're not even gonna use we're not adding anything. Oh, actually no, we are because I'm gonna be doing garlic and onion.
Garlic.
Yeah. Yeah, I chop up these guys.
Perfect.
So that will be me. So, chat, let us know. What do you feel? Do you want a close-up of Kage, or do you want a backup where you can actually see fully Kage and let us know. Do you want everything, or do you want an upload? We need to know that. But while chat is answering, we're going to decide what's going to go into this thing. So, always for a good base here is, since usually it's a good tomato sauce, right? So, always a good start is actual tomato sauce. Go ahead and show it off to everybody. Your can of tomato sauce is always a good way to start out.
Real
But
signature select.
when it comes to a pasta sauce, and especially when it comes to lasagna, you don't want that to just melt, spill everywhere. You don't want it to turn into enchilada, right?
Sure. Okay.
You want some of that thick consistency. That's where the paste comes in.
Okay.
Now, normally you'd probably use the whole thing. For this particular recipe, we're probably only going to use half of it.
Okay.
So that's the thing. As tiny as it is, and basically all that is this entire can is probably like 3 of those cans.
Worth of tomato.
Well, it's like take 3 of these cans and just reduce it, and then you get.
Which is what I mean, worth of tomato. Like that's about how much, because what you're going to reduce it by is its like water content.
Exactly. So that's going to stick it out. Now, the next part, and this is where, for me, this is where the blend of the 90% is the sauce, but 5% is the quality, right?
Sure.
The best thing you can do is add fresh tomato. And this is one of those very, very rare moments in the Misfit Kitchen where we don't have fresh tomato.
Wild.
We usually have at least 3 different types of tomato, and we have no fresh tomato. So normally I would advocate for fresh tomato in one of 2 different ways. 2 to 3 main tomatoes, especially any that you like.
Sure.
Chopped up and thrown in there, and you can make a nice little sauce out of that. Another one of my favorites is cherry tomatoes. Slice them in half, or roast them whole, and then throw them in there. But we're not going to have that, so we're just going to go with this. And again, it doesn't matter because 90% is the sauce, which means only 5% is the quality. I can turn any can of sauce into an amazing sauce as long as I have the right spices. Okay. That's the thing. That's the key there, right? When it comes to something like this, I know I'm being hyperbole when it comes to like 90%. But
no,
realistically speaking,
like
the quality can be overcome.
It's the large majority.
Yeah,
like,
the quality can be overcome with flavor. So, the next part about the sauce, I always like to start with those bases if I'm not doing it from scratch, because scratch is just like 30 tomatoes. But yeah, so those 2 are always there. And then the next piece is the first foundation of flavor. So I always like to try and figure out what type of actual tomato I'm going to add. We have the tomato sauce, but usually I like to go for a diced tomato to add some texture. Sure. Sun-dried tomatoes are also great because they come chunkified. But I have 3 different types of diced tomatoes. I have fire roasted, I have regular petite diced, which is going to just be more of a basic flavor, which means we'll have to add more ourselves.
Sure.
And okay, so I have 2 of them. I have 2 regular diced, and then I have a fire roast. Fire roast is going to come with its own flavor already, but we're just going to elevate it. And then the regulars are just going to bring tomato, and they're just going to give us that chunk. Okay. So do you want to start with a base flavor, or would you prefer to?
I feel like, not that I'm opposed to fire roast at all, but I feel like doing our own flavor palette.
I agree.
Is the move.
So your choice. Do you want to do the Hunt's dice? And these are steam peeled, so they have no skin.
Sure.
Versus the signature select petite dice.
I mean, honestly, I feel like we've gone the signature select so far. Let's continue the trend.
Okay, so that's going to be the base of everything, plus all of the extra flavor that we put in. Now,
what?
You can choose whichever side you're going to do. I'm biased. But
I'm just saying they can see what we're actually doing when I put it on that side. So
but you will need 2 burners. You will be using both front burners eventually, because we'll also be doing the meat when it's thawed. So your choice, which side, because once we put this together, The sauce will stay on the same burner and will stay on. So that's going to be kind of mix it all together, stir it up, and then it's going to stay on heat. The other one we'll be using to actually cook up meat
And I will
a little
put
bit more
this
aggressive.
here, just because it'll be there longer, and you'll be able to see the meat, and you'll still be able to
Cool.
see this.
And that's exactly what I was kind of alluding to of your preferred. No, go ahead and put it to the front. Like,
I mean, it'll. I mean,
it should be.
you want to turn it on already?
No.
I'm pretty sure it's this one.
No, put it to the front. It's a better burner because the back burner is smaller.
Yeah, I was just so they can still see it for now. Because when I put it over here, they can't see any of the ingredients. But when I turn it on, I'll definitely turn it on the front.
Well, we're basically ready at this point. So so you can move it to the front.
So we're gonna dump all this that I've got over
so
here.
you can actually turn it on now. So with this one, you just want to turn it on to medium. You can do medium high if you're in a rush for sauce, but do that and then go straight to medium. And then you can just start going. The sauce and the dice are going to go in as is. You technically can drain the dice if you don't want as much water. So if you want a little bit of a thicker sauce before you fully open the can. So right now you see how it's fully cracked. So this is when you can drain easy.
I would ask, is leaving it in going to help our dry noodles?
No, this has nothing to do with that because all of this sauce is the moisture that this is going to draw out. So the only thickness difference is if you leave it in. You're only going to drain this one if you want to drain it. So again, this is just kind of a little bit excess water that we don't need specifically for like a.
That's not even that much.
Yeah, if you were going to do regular noodles or regular spaghetti, I would almost say keep it. But for lasagna, because we want that congealedness, that's kind of what you want, right? For sure. So you're just going to throw that whole thing in there. And then you're going to follow it up with the sauce. And then you can choose your weapon of choice back there on how you want to stir it.
Can you grab me a can opener for the paste?
I can. Once I find it. It's in here. Oh, wait. Did I keep it in the bar? Because it might be in the tavern. Hi, little man. Did you get food? Yep, it is in the tavern because I remember I opened up pineapple juice. Have you used one of these before?
I've used one.
Okay. Some people, I guess I might as well cook up myself. Oh, no, my bad. Doesn't matter.
We don't need it.
Technically, we were supposed to do these first before you did all of that, but I forgot. It's fine. We can do these in the pan that we'll do the meat in, and then they can kind of sauce. There's no, this is one of those things where it's like, technically you do these first, but that's just to limit what you have to do, right? Because if we had done these first, it would all be in the same pan, and if that's all you were doing, it would save time and effort. But since we're going to be dirtying up the other pan anyway, we're probably only going to use half an onion. I should give you a spoon because you're only going to use half.
Give me a second.
So I'm going to get this all ready. Then we'll just use the pan we're going to cook the meat in to cook all of this. Saute this up. This will go right in.
Maybe this way.
Good over there?
Apparently not. It feels like it's hooked, but it does not feel like it's cutting. I might need your assistance with this guy. Oh, unless I did it. And I just didn't realize it. Yep, I did.
Sweet. Yeah, that one's pretty smooth. So it's not like your standard one where you feel like you're like biting into the metal. It's actually really like nice and easy on the hands. All right, so got my onion separated.
I think that's about half.
Give or take. You just don't need the whole thing. The whole thing just is excessive
Overkill.
and like there's no problem. It wouldn't hurt the meal to add the whole thing. It's just that, whether you're on a budget or not, one of the benefits of cooking is knowing that when you can reuse or multi-use something. So
Sure.
we only need half of that. So if we save the other half, then
It could be
we benefit.
valuable. Yeah.
But if you were to use it all, that's fine. So at this point, once you see bubble, you're not boiling it, but once you see not just like one bubble, but once you see kind of
Fairly
like,
consistent.
then you just turn it all the way down to low. But we will also need to start adding some flavor to that. So now what you can start thinking of is what flavor do you want? So when it comes to spices, there are specific flavors that are classic to certain. So how classic or how creative do you want to get with spices?
So here's the deal. Traditionally, is this what we're talking about?
Yep. So now you want to go down to low.
Got it.
That's all you want. You don't need it to be overboiling. You just want it to get to that stage where it's hot enough that the flavors are going to start melting together.
Gotcha. I'm generally very basic. Like, I don't get like the fancy things with the different things, but I definitely love experimenting and trying different things to find out if I like it.
Okay.
And I feel like this is an opportunity to try things out and to experiment with something that I might not have messed with before. So,
All right. So your classics. So here's the funny part about that I think a lot of new people to cooking don't typically get taught right out the gate, or at least takes them a while to start to like comprehend or catch on to. A lot of the times you hear cooks talk about seasoning. Have you seasoned? Now most people, especially when you're starting to cook, when people think of seasoning, they think of seasonings, right?
sure.
That's what most people think of when they hear like, oh, have you seasoned it? When a chef talks about seasoning, when you hear someone say, oh, we're going to season this, they are talking about salt.
Okay.
So when someone says, is that seasoned? They are not asking, did you put herbs and garlic?
Sure.
They ask, is it been salted?
Got you.
So typically, the first seasoning you would start with is salt, depending on how much you know. So depending on your salt tolerance and how much salt you prefer, you can taste that. Starting out, at any point you can taste it, as long as you don't put anything raw. And that's when you would usually just, if you want, you can. I like these.
Oh, no.
These ones because they're perfect for depending on what we're cooking with. But yeah, you can taste it and figure out currently what its salt level.
Okay.
This is one of the things that a lot of early chefs don't do. Is I learned this the hard way too. Is most early newer chefs do not taste their food often enough during the process. Now the thing is what you're tasting is not going to be the final taste. But what you need to start doing is building your understanding of how flavors develop.
Okay.
Because
So
if you
this is 0 salt level or whatever
Yeah.
salt comes in the.
Because if you were to taste that out of a can versus right now versus at the end, they're going to taste completely different.
Sure.
But by understanding, like right now, you understand how much salt there is. So you understand, well, when I have lasagna, if there's no salt, I can understand. Now, some people don't know what that means, right? Like some people, again, if you haven't messed up enough meals, you might not know what a lasagna tastes like without salt. You
Okay.
might, but if you know what something else tastes like without salt, you kind of know the mouthfeel, right?
The vibe, yeah.
You know what your mouth is expecting, and you know when it's not there. So, like you said, you may not have ever tasted a saltless marinara, but you know instinctually it's not enough salt.
Sure.
So the first thing you want to do is figure out if there's not enough salt. Do I need to season?
Do I
As
need to
in-
add salt?
Like, as in, what else am I adding in? Now, if you were going to add salted pork to this,
You might
they're
not.
adding
Yeah.
seasoning.
Yeah.
But we're adding in garlic and onion and meat. The
Sure.
meat will probably get seasoned, but not enough to care. We're probably going to salt it.
Sure.
My favorite is a very bougie way. I prefer doing actual, like, the fancy way of salt.
Literally just pinching it in.
I prefer that. But yeah, so the various amounts of salt, you just have to learn yourself, right?
Sure.
So there's the classic, what people think is the pinch, which is,
Literally
the,
pinching it.
the that everybody that this right here, that's not a pinch when it comes to cooking.
Okay.
A standard cook pinch
3 fingers.
is that.
Okay.
I like to go for about a half a pinch in my sauce to start with.
Okay.
Then I develop it because I also get that. So feel free to do it. And the good thing about salt is as long as your hands aren't filthy and moist, you don't have to worry too much about using your
Nice
actual
and
hands.
clean.
But yeah, you want 3 fingers, and you want something that doesn't feel like you're holding. You don't want to feel like your fingers are full. You want them to feel like they're. Yeah. So we start with that. You stir it in. You let it sit a while, and then we'll taste it later. Now the great thing about salt is you can always add more. You can't add less. So and salt brings out other flavors. So I like to rest on salt every now and again. So the next thing that we're gonna do is you're gonna add some pepper. So I do have, I don't know if you want to hand crack your own pepper, which takes a while we don't have that much sauce, that takes a while for this much. Or we have pre-grilled. Up to you on what you want to do. I might have to refill the pepper cracker. Oh no, we're out of peppercorn. Nope. Okay, so pepper is specifically now when it comes to pepper, I like pepper as one of those things that I prefer to taste. In terms of like, it's always a personal thing.
You want to know it's there.
But at the same time, some people like a lot of pepper, some people don't. That's why it needs to taste, as in preference. So when it comes to pepper in a meal, if I know I'm cooking by myself, I will add what I have learned I like. When it comes to cooking for other people, a good amount, because pepper is always a great way to garnish a meal when you're being served. So like with salt, even though you can add salt at the end, it's kind of passé to do that. Like you usually don't.
Sure.
So it's good to make sure that your meal has the right amount of salt. I feel like when it comes to pepper, you don't have to carry that burden. Pepper is a personal choice. Pepper can be intentional for a meal and can heighten the flavor, but the amount of pepper is always a personal choice. Whether someone wants to taste it for the aroma and just get it on the nose, whether someone wants to have their tongue burned by it.
Sure.
That's personal. So when you're adding pepper, when you know it's needed, like in a marinara sauce, what you're going to do is you're going to add enough to know it's in there. But if you're cooking for company, that's where you stop.
Sure. Okay.
If you know how much you like, if you want
then
to
just add
taste,
however much you like.
Exactly. So in this particular case, you could go one of two ways. You can go the traditional route and do a measurement. I would say in about that much liquid.
Okay.
I would say you're probably looking at least a half a tablespoon.
Half a tablespoon.
That's if you want to go in measurement. Now, otherwise, if you're going for sight alone, if you don't know how to measure them by sight in terms of clump,
sure.
For a sauce like this, you can learn how to you can learn visual, right? Like how much coating of the top, how much of a clump. It's kind of whatever. But in this particular case, this is where learning how spices integrate. I've learned I can eyeball it, not by I know how much a teaspoon is, so I know how much a teaspoon looks like when I pour it in.
Sure.
I've just learned how each one dissolves.
Okay.
So it's more of I know how much I need to fill that much liquid to make it taste like it.
Right.
Then I can know
more volume wise than anything else.
I can't tell you how much. I would say right now we can start with half to a full tablespoon. Full tablespoon, you'll really know what's in there. Half, it'll lighten the flavor.
Sure.
So that's
out of curiosity. What if you were making this for just yourself? How much would you put in?
I would probably do a little bit more than half a tablespoon because I like it, but I like other things to make spicy. Okay. So I like a little bit more than half. So depending on. They're all burned. That's a tablespoon, and that. So that's a tablespoon. So you can kind of judge from there how much pepper. Yeah, how much pepper you have in that. And then beyond this, it will be. from here on out, it's just going to be different flavors that you would think are good. I mean, luckily the meat is literally just browning meat. If you ever browned meat,
Yeah.
if you've ever browned and seasoned the meat, you know what.
I'll say when I lived by myself, I used to make myself tacos all the time.
There you go. So
You know,
then
like
you know how the meat
that would
part's gonna
be.
go.
You know, I added the little bag seasoning.
Right.
You know.
I mean, that's been in there for half an hour. You know, so it takes a bit.
Okay. Well,
Alright.
we'll see how that turns out.
It's Friday. Who
I can
cares?
definitely smell it now. Put it that way. It's not a bad thing.
Yeah, just always make sure that's being mixed in. So now, before we get into the major flavors, now the fun part is, depending upon the spices that you own, is now when you can really start to round out this flavor. Now, some classics for marinara. Regardless if it's pizza, pasta, or lasagna.
Sure.
You have the classics. So you have salt, pepper.
Sure.
You have garlic and onion. We're already going to put some fresh garlic and onion, so we don't need the powder.
Sure.
Italian seasoning is always a classic.
Okay.
Basil is a classic.
Love me some basil.
Coriander can also work really well.
Not sure what that is.
Thyme, oregano. These are basically also what make up
Sure.
Italian seasoning. These are all things that can really elevate it. But then you can get kind of crazy depending upon your flavor profile. If you want a little bit of spicy, cayenne, and paprika. You can add a little bit of smoky flavor. You can add a little bit of spice without it feeling spicy. You can do a very light amount of cinnamon if you're into that kind of aromatic flavor. If you are pairing this with seafood, Old Bay is also really good to put in your marinara. If you're going to pair that with, a side of crab cakes, you're going to do not instead of lasagna, but you're going to do spaghetti and crab cakes. Old Bay is a great way to pair that. Hey, like a knife.
I don't know if I let the pepper sit enough or if I just put too much in, but I feel like it still needs more salt. But I definitely know that the pepper is there, and I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it.
Yeah, so that right there.
But I do think it needs more salt.
When you want pepper to hit you on the tongue, that's how much you
want. That again, I appreciate that.
I don't mind that. I like that. So, yeah, I would say that probably gonna go about 2 of those. That was a pinch. Probably about 2 more of those pinches. Yeah. So, what are those flavors? I enabled a lot of flavors out there. You can kind of go a lot of different directions. But
okay,
what were you thinking? Any of those flavors that you were thinking?
Yes. I like a lot of the classic flavors, but I also do like the idea of putting a little paprika in there.
Okay.
Okay. I love me some basil. I love me. There was another one you mentioned that was a very classic one that I really liked. Oregano, I think it was.
Basil. This guy.
I don't mind thyme either, but
actually, celery salt, pepper. Let's see. So Italian seasoning is gonna have made. We're gonna go a little bit heavy-handed on that. It's already gonna have some basil in it, but we'll go ahead and knock out the basil because basil adds flavor.
like Bam Elazar.
And so this is how I'm doing it. Like I don't know if you want to hold that down and show everybody. So this is kind of how I've kind of learned in terms of ratios, right? So there's more basil on top. You can see that's mostly the Italian seasoning, covered up a little bit of basil. And what I'm doing is I've learned about how much it's gonna take to get through it. Sure. So I know the ratios, right? I want that much. But for this, I know I don't want to do this because that's not doing anything, right? How much, that's sprinkling on how much of a serving you want, right?
Yeah.
But going in on this, you have to think you ever use those packets to cook meat, the taco packets? Think about how much powder is in them.
Yeah.
And think about how much meat. It goes on a pound of meat. So that's what I started to learn is when I want to build these flavors, I think of putting in my own packet.
Sure.
And some of that packet isn't just pure stuff.
Yeah.
But it is an amount that you have to understand what's actually taken from it. So we're going to do that. And actually, go ahead. So those flavors. Go ahead and give that a smell. How would that taste? No, lasagna. This is Korean.
Interesting.
It's a little bit
Interesting.
sweet. It's a little bit savory.
It's
Now remember, it's
not-
not going to taste that way at the end.
It's not the direction that I would go, and I understand that's not going to be the specific flavor, but
Right,
like,
right.
I
but-
wouldn't be opposed to.
Here's this one. Here's cumin. Also a nice classic one, usually good for chilies. Goes a completely different direction.
I do see that. I would be probably more apt to choose that route.
This is like this is intro chili, so this is a way different route, much more of a Mexican vibe.
Yeah.
But this is
I feel
where
like
you
I'd have that on like a chip or something like that.
Exactly. This is where you can kind of start to understand, though. Like, so now imagine this. So smell that as you're getting all those aromas mixed around, and then kind of just give that a distant whiff. Long way.
Interesting.
So not sweet cinnamon, but you see how cinnamon can actually drop
Interesting.
some of those like flavors.
Sure.
So I think we're good on that for now. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna let that sit because now even if you taste that right away, you're not gonna get an immediate amount of flavor. You want those to draw out, right? So what we can do is we can start with these guys. So you can start heating up that pan.
What do you want? Medium, high?
Yeah, medium high. If you want to go a little bit quicker, you can jump it up to like medium high instead of medium and really get it cranking. Because at this point we're gonna just get these in the sauce as well.
Are those going in the sauce, or are those actually getting?
Those are gonna go in the sauce.
Okay.
Because they were technically. So technically, what we would have done is done this in the pot first. We would have put those in the pot with oil, then sautéed, and then put the sauce on top. We just skipped it.
Sure. Easy squeezy.
Yeah, but we will also. It's dark outside, and I'm gonna have to go get light and everything. But we're also gonna fry off some fresh sage here. Or not.
No good.
No, that's not a good sign. So we'll go get some fresh sage.
Dixie says our audio's cutting out a little bit.
Audio is cutting in and out. Let me double check the batteries.
Yeah?
We're making lasagna.
Yes, indeedy.
All right, so once that pan gets cranking, we're gonna put an amount. So yeah, drop that back down to medium. Let's do it good. We will take fancy oil. We'll oil it up a little bit, and then there should be that. That's good. That's good. We are good to go. Yeah, at this point, you kind of just let that heat up and you kind of just move around. For sure. So, are you comfortable with like sauteing and doing things of that sort with hot pans? Sure. It just depends on you. Some people aren't as comfortable with hot liquids, especially oil. And
The one thing I know how to make is bacon. I am very used to getting oil popped on me and all that extra shit. And trying to be careful about it, but do what it be.
All right. So what we're gonna do? Have you done garlic and onions before?
No.
All right. So normally, what I like to do is onions first, then garlic.
Okay.
It's my preferred direction. Yeah. So when you do these, you're gonna basically throw these in. They're gonna splatter and everything, but you're gonna get them. You probably want another utensil with a flat one, so that way you can scrape the bottom.
Fair enough.
And then essentially, what you're gonna be doing is looking for these to go a little bit semi-translucent, so they start to kind of lose that whiteness. Once they start to lose that a little bit, then we're gonna throw in the rest of the garlic, and then you're just gonna go down to preference. At this point, the more you go, the more brown the garlic will get, which means just the more rich the flavor will get. But you'll lose a little bit of spiciness over time, like a tangy spiciness. And then the longer you cook the onions, the sweeter they become. That's the caramelization. If you've ever like caramelized onions, the longer you cook them, the sweeter they become because you break them down, and the longer you break it down. So the first thing we're gonna do over here is I'll let you.
You want this next?
No. You just need to get your spatula because you're going to be moving these around a bit. And yeah, you're just going to toss those around. Now, you can just use that, or you can, I don't know if you like the actual flip method. Some people can do the flip, some can't.
I mean, it would be an experiment. We could lose a lot of onions that way.
Now, if you don't like mushy onions and you kind of want to keep their firmness and also a little bit of their texture and everything, you add water or you add salt to bring out their water, so they'll actually keep a little bit better.
Okay.
So this is to keep it a little bit firmer. So you want to get all of that as mixed around as you possibly can, and then just go until they're, like I said, until they start to lose that whiteness. And once they're all kind of in that like semi-glossy, semi-yellowish, that's when we're gonna throw the garlic in.
Okay.
Then we're gonna get all of that done, and then you'll lose that yellowness, and then we're gonna throw it in the pot.
Okay.
The pasta sauce, and then hopefully, this will be done by then. I mean, if not, it's not that big of a deal. It's Friday.
It is Friday.
How's your night going, Dixie? Oh yeah.
We're almost there.
A little bit of a shakiness for everybody.
Look at them flippies. Look at them flippies.
I mean, you gotta show off a
Exactly.
little bit of the shakiness, right?
Right? You know what?
It's all a feel thing.
See, I know exactly where it is, and I know where I would have to go in order to flip it. And like, just this was enough for me to know. All right,
Not ready. But I mean, it's also you have to know your pot. Like these are heavy pans, so you have to know this pan. Like we've had this pan for over a year.
Yeah.
So I know how heavy the pan
You know
is.
how much upswing you need to put into it in order to get it to come out.
So
The
that's
same way for me
that's
for
where we
bowling.
want to be.
Yep.
You see how they're kind of browning, so it's almost like a little bit too much. Not that it's a problem. It's just that was about where we want to be.
Sure.
And then we throw those in, and then we just keep on mixing
Same
it
old,
all.
same old.
And at this point, you could flavor these a little bit more, but really you're just trying to bring all that out. We can actually lower that just a little bit. And then, yeah, you're just kind of going a little bit more. You don't want if you keep browning them, the more brown they get, the more caramelized they're going to get.
Sure.
The more translucent they get, they're going to. So caramelization is going to be that like browned sugar flavor. So it's going to be sweeter, but it's still going to be caramelized.
Sure.
The more translucent they get, so the whiter and clearer they
Kind
get,
of like this one.
the sweeter they will become, but not caramelized.
The
So it's kind of like,
Yeah,
you know how like you can get sweeter butter, but also browned butter.
Yeah.
It has like so yeah, there is a difference between sweet and caramelized onions. So that's where you have to like, the more brown you're going to do them, the more caramelized. So you are going to get a browning sugar.
Sure.
Whereas if you just keep them translucent, they do get sweeter, but they don't get that light.
I think I'm more leaning towards the translucent side than the brown side.
So that way you would just really want to maintain the heat, and you just want to make sure that they get all of this stuff through.
Yeah. Spread this one out on there a little bit more. There it is. Had to get a little hot
So I expected a little bit more of an interactive chat with this one. But hey, you get what you get.
You get what you get. Don't throw a fit.
Hey, but you know what? I'm cooking with one of my good buddies.
We learned.
We're making some good food, and who cares if there's not chat? We're making good food.
Freaking exactly. Egg freaking
Like, I'm just sitting here having a beer. Wish I could minimize Twitch on the phone like how YouTube does. That would be nice. Just have it on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, or even like lock screen, just be able to listen.
I feel like if
Can't you just put it up on their? Can't you just stream it on their TV? Just plug it into their streaming service. It's fine. At this point, it's up to you, man. Whenever you feel comfortable with this, feel like you can feel like to add it. How would you feel over here?
You tell me.
No,
I'm
you tell me.
I'm not mad at it. It's definitely spicy.
Oh yeah,
And I'm like, I like spicy stuff, but it's like
I like
it's
that.
spicy with flavor.
See, this
Right.
was so right now what you have. This would be my favorite.
I'd probably put
sauce.
these in now.
Yeah, you're right. So cut the heat. Cut the heat. I would love to have this on like a 4-cheese ravioli or tortellini.
Okay.
Multi-cheese with this kind of spice level is perfect. So a technique here, yeah, get them all into like a small spot and then pour them over. Like you can even do that before you tilt it, like
Sure.
when you're on the flat surface. And that's more for everybody at home, not for you, because I'm not trying to treat you like you don't know what you're doing. But
No, it's fair
for
enough.
anybody at home who doesn't have prowess, is before you do what Kage did, is you could actually while it's still on the flat surface, push them all over to a pile. Then you would pick it up and tilt, and that way you're already in prime position, so you don't worry about anything falling out of the pan or toppling over. You already have it in a tight clump,
To be
and then
fair,
it's more of just a one top.
this is also why I changed to the reverse grip, because I knew that trying to hold it the other way and tilt it up was
Yep.
not going to be the move for me.
Look at that, chat.
We getting it in here.
That looks
Getting it in here.
delicious. Oh. So at that point, we're gonna let that sit for a few more minutes. Yeah, this is just taking forever. I swear, it never seems to take this long when I'm at home. Like
When you're doing it
I'm
yourself.
doing it for dinner, it never seems to take an hour to thaw the meat. But of course, now that I'm, we're live. So there's a couple different theories here. In one respect, if you like the flavor, your sauce is done. Right?
Sure.
In another respect, more traditional method, we would have done that in like, a much bigger pot at like 9 a.m. And we would walk away from that for the next 12 hours until dinner.
Okay.
Right? So there's two methods, or there's two mindsets here. Is you could do the low and slow, draw in all the flavors, especially if you had a lot of fresh ingredients in there. If we had done the bell pepper,
Sure.
if we had done mushrooms, if we had done fresh tomatoes, I would say that we should have done this 3 hours ago, and we would leave that in a large pot, just like as it is, for the next couple hours. As of right now, that is ready to go. If that is a good flavor, you could set up pasta and pile it on, and we're good to go. At this point, because we have time to kill, we'll let it go a little bit longer. When the meat's ready to be browned, what we'll do is we will take it off the heat, let that start to cool. Cooling, we'll let it congeal a little bit more. We'll cook all the meat. Once the meat's cooked, we'll bring it all together. We'll drain off all of the excess.
Sure.
Put it all together, and then while that's cooling together, we'll begin.
Okay.
And then we put it in the oven, and then we bake it. So I don't know if you want to be here that late to taste what we make, and we can just be live that whole time, or was it in the oven? To that point.
Sure.
Okay. So I don't know what you want to do. I don't know what your night was. I wasn't expecting it to take this long, but it's kind of
It be what it be.
flying by the seat of my pants.
I mean, we can do a little dog talk while we're waiting.
We were supposed to, yeah. We
We
never did.
But this is kind of how I lightweight anticipated a good amount of it being, because it's like again, focused on the cooking, like mindset, more
Right.
like, all right, what am I doing? What am I putting together? How is this
well,
working?
at this point, we're
taking
just
that
waiting
in.
for the meat, and
But now that we are in waiting mode, like
Yeah,
there's,
now we-
there's time enough to get a little.
I was gonna have us wear the chef's outfits, but we weren't doing anything that was really gonna make a mess.
Oh,
So
fair.
I was gonna have us put on both.
That's fine.
Next time, if you like this, honestly, dude, if you are interested in this, I would love to make this a thing where if you just want to come over and we do a meal.
I wouldn't be
If-
mad
if
at
you're
that.
down to
Like
kind of
every
like,
so often,
you know, Again, not as a, you need to learn how to cook, but if there's something
But
that
it's
you're
valuable,
interested in
yeah.
learning, I would love to do it on a stream of all places. Wonder how good it is outside. Is it good enough for?
No,
Is yuck.
fair enough.
All right. And see, this is what a lot of cooking shows don't show you: is the way.
No, they don't. They so much don't show you. They make you think, hey, and now I'm pulling it out of the oven. I'm like, really, are you now?
So Dixie, we decided at the beginning that we could do up to a maximum 6-layer lasagna. We rolled for it. Kage rolled for it, and we got 3.
We did get 3. Yep.
3-layer
Yep.
lasagna is what we're doing.
Apparently, Vortex has banned my dice in High Point.
Because I can't read it. Your dice don't make sense, and if I can't read it,
I
you
can
can lie to me
show
and
you
tell
the translation every time. Like, if you ever
every
doubt
time.
me.
But what is it to tell me that you didn't change the translation every time? I'm not going to memorize it. You can just be like, no.
It's
This
a
one's totally a
simple
3.
Google, just like if you were to look up any of the rules, you
If
go
I
through the rule book.
I'm just saying, if I have to Google it, look, it's
You
the
don't
same
have
rule.
to.
It's the same rule as if I have a player who rolls their dice. If more than like it's one thing to have like the 20 sometimes be one thing you have to double check.
For sure. Like, I've never touched a 20.
But
like, you
I'm
got
just
to
saying,
look at it.
whenever I had a player who, when they need to regularly double check their own die, I'm sorry, you need to do care. Because I've had players who will roll a die and they'll be like, it's a 4. And I'm like, no, sorry. If you can't even read your die,
I will say this.
It's over.
I will say this. There are times where that's not because I can't read the die. It's because I can't do the math. And when instead of just looking up, like, a lot of people that just look up into the space into nothing, I stare at my dice, like, trying to do the math, like looking at my dice
but
card is going to help
when
me.
someone rolls a d20 and then look at it and go, it is a 12. I'm like, your dice is banned. When you can't easily, like it's one thing when you have a dice that's just different than what I'm used to, and you can just go, it's this, and you can show me how easily, like, see how that is.
Sure.
But when you have to double and triple take on a regular basis just to read your own die, like the ones that are like translucent, or the ones that are so elaborate, like the numbers in the pattern, and you're just like,
Yeah.
Or if you ever have to pick up your die, you're done. If you can't read your die as it lands, no, wild. Sorry,
Wild.
I will. I mean, I get it if you have bad sight or anything, and I'll give you a dice box. But I've had those players where their dice are just, they have to pick it up to read it. If you have to touch your dice to read it, we have a problem.
I do agree that, like, you should not have to touch your dice to read it. Like, although I will say I do have some players at my table, and I'm not super strict about it yet. But that the second they roll their dice, they pick it up to look at it. And I haven't called anybody out. I haven't, because
I would just immediately be like, whoa, no touchy of the dice, like the craps rules, casino rules, no touchy the dice after it's been rolled.
I don't know how much I can teach, minors about casino rules.
That's fair. That's fair.
But no, I get it. Oh, well. Wow.
Ah. You did fail the D's nuts joke. That could have been a thing.
Wild.
All right, so let's taste this now and see if it's changed at all, and see if you still feel the same way. Do you want to enrich the flavor? Do you want to bring it back down? Is it perfect the way you want it? Like, again, think of it as lasagna, right? So if you know the other flavors of lasagna and you can imagine them, you can kind of figure out where this is gonna like fit in all of that. It's actually really nice now that we have the garlic, the onion in there. The onion does a lot. Actually, even though so you notice the pepper's gone down a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
because the onion and the garlic have gone in there and reduced that harshness.
I think it'll continue to as well.
Yeah.
So I'm not mad at it.
Right.
I'm not mad at it. I mean, I feel like it's gonna be very interesting in a lasagna.
I think
but I
it's gonna
like
be
the sauce
with
just
two
in
different cheeses and the salt content of the cheese.
And the meat goes in the sauce, right?
Yes, we're gonna do the
So
meat.
I think that's gonna.
And now while we're waiting for the meat to frost, what kind of flavor? Because here's the weird part: is you want the flavor of the whole at the end.
Sure.
But this is one of the. But you already got. You want to now start to think about the. How they're going to intermingle, and this is again something that really is hard to teach. I can't really explain it to you. But what I can do is kind of give you like fundamentals, right? So
Sure.
The idea is we just sauteed the onions, right? We got them a little bit sweeter. than if
Sure.
we just throw them in raw. So same thing with the meat, same concept. We could just brown the meat, throw it in raw, or we can flavor it, right? We have to brown it either way.
Sure.
But throwing it in just as meat is going to bring in all of that earthiness, all of that savory, right? No real
Sure.
flavor, but it's going to bring a mouthfeel, and it is going to bring a flavor, but it's going to bring meat. Now, whatever we throw in it is going to complement. Now, the hard part is to understand what you want at the end
And how it's gonna come
versus
back. Start
how
there.
we're going to cook something separately and
Yeah.
add it. But if you understand what we did to the onion, same exact thing, right? All we're doing is browning meat ahead of time, but the flavor we add to it is similar to sweetening the onion. So when you taste that, we've already reduced the sweetness or the spiciness by adding in the onion and the garlic. Now, if it needs more salt, you can compensate that by seasoning the meat.
Sure.
If you think it needs more of, like, let's say, grassy tones, we can add, say, cumin to the meat. Now, it's not going to add the same type of flavor profile as in adding it straight in, right? If you just added cumin into the sauce, you'd get a different profile than by cooking it into the meat. But that's where it's hard to explain the difference between adding, like, if we add, like, so I can give you a couple different spices that you decided not to add into the sauce.
Sure.
Those same spices could be added to the meat and add a different effect.
No, I get that.
That's hard for me to explain to you. But what you can do is whatever you feel like that's missing, now think of how the meat can bring it, right? If you think that needs more salt, how can the meat bring that saltiness without just adding straight salt to it, right?
Sure.
If you think it needs more earthiness, if you think it needs more floral, if you think it needs more just flavor, like
I
just,
would
just
I
more.
would say honestly right now, salt is the biggest thing that comes to mind as to what I would want to increase.
And
You
that's
know,
super easy to add into the meat, and then even at the end you can add
and
stuff to
I
taste.
would like to do it in a way other than just adding straight salt. If there is something that works well for bringing that uh, in with the meat. If that makes sense.
Other than just adding straight salt, the meat will have its own salt, and we can also do MSG if you want to go that route, salty but also savory with a
Sure.
different direction. And you can also think about other things too. We can take this in any direction you want. We can take it into a soy sauce direction if you don't want to add straight salt. We don't have to do MSG, but we can do soy sauce. We can do Worcestershire, which is a very popular thing not popular. That's one of my favorite things to do in something like a meat sauce. I love using Worcestershire sauce.
So I like the idea of Worcestershire sauce, but I wouldn't want a heavy Worcestershire flavor.
That's fine. It doesn't come through usually with this much, right? Worcestershire really goes into the background. So I would suggest doing something like that. We can go more acidic. If you think that needs more acidic, we can go something like vinegar with the meat. Or if you think it needs a more robust flavor, we can go something like a red wine cooking sauce. Which
And all of those have salt content that would add to it.
they will add a saltiness to it, yes, without having to do straight sauce. So, I mean, we can even go kind of crazy if you want a funk to it. If you want a flavor you can't quite put your finger on, we can do a traditional fish sauce, which will add that, not put your finger on it, savory flavor, but it's that savory flavor that's kind of fuzzy in the background.
Sure.
Like you get in ramen, that like savory you can't quite put your finger on because it's not meaty. We can do that. So we can make our own. We can make our own brown sauce.
I think the one I'm most attracted to right now is the Worcestershire sauce.
Okay. So if that's the case, then what I'm going to suggest is that we do a. It's not going to need to be deglazed too much until the meat. So that's going to be perfect. So yeah, I think what we do is do some Worcestershire, some red wine cooking with the meat. I think that'll add some of the natural robustness to it, and give us a richer flavor. Yeah, bud, you still sneezing? Why are you still sneezing? Where you're going to the vet tomorrow? No, he started sneezing. Wow. He's not showing other signs, but he definitely has some kind of allergy. All right, you got most of your dinner. You can roll.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna move this over here mainly because that's drafting.
Sure.
That's super hot. We can actually, if you want this to get any thicker, actually no, we can just leave that going for now. We're gonna turn that off. Okay. Okay. So for the meat, we are going to do a. Do you like smoky? Like
I
do you
don't-
that smokiness of wood chips?
I mean, I don't mind it. I don't know how it goes with lasagna vibes.
It's
but I'm
more
willing
of
to-
like, do you want the meat to stand out in a way that feels like the meat was prepped? You know how sometimes meat just adds more of a texture and a meaty flavor, but you know how sometimes you taste the meat and you're like, oh, that meat was cooked great.
For
And
sure.
do you want that aspect? Do you want like to feel like the meat is a full step additive, or do you want to feel like the meat in
kind
this
of blends in.
Yeah.
I mean,
because there is a distinctive difference, right?
I'm a fan of the meat flavors, so having it be its own thing is not a bad thing.
Okay, so we're gonna practice with a little bit of liquid smoke. You can really easily overdo it with this, so we're only gonna use a little bit, but it will make the meat, if you do it right, it will make the meat stand out as if it were, because like you know how sometimes you like sloppy joe. Sometimes it's just like, okay, that's just ground beef.
Sure.
But then other times you can have something similar to sloppy joe, but just like brisket and then like a different sauce that you can together.
Sure.
So it's something akin to that, where it's like when you can tell the meat has its own stem. So we're gonna do some of that. We're gonna do some of the red wine we all saw if you guys were here in the last cooking stream 2 days ago. And we're gonna do our Worcestershire.
Perfect.
Worcestershire. We're not gonna do vinegar. Yeah, we're not gonna worry about that. Cool.
Cool.
That's doing great. And in fact, because this is doing one. This might actually be ready to start. Yeah. Nice. Chunky. Yeah, no. I can stay until this Perfect. This is great. Give me an idea, or that gave me an idea. I don't know what gave you an idea, but the warlock stays with his patron, uses dice because gambling is somehow connected. Instead of numbers, he sees letters forming a word with every throw he makes. Do you know how the creep in the dark corner who talks with his dice? So D&D player, yeah.
So I've always had a desire to play, ever since I heard this concept, a multi-class character that's some sort of like divinely inspired, like they have a god, but they also have a patron, and their patrons are like we're in a relationship, they're exes now, and they're always trying to like fuck each other over. They're trying to get this person to like fuck the other one over. and all kinds of shit.
I kind of like this one though because it's almost like this. What Harlepa reminds me of is almost a portable Ouija board in the form of dice, where you can ask one question, but you can only. So imagine you have like a set of dice, and they're magically like 26-sided dice.
Okay.
So they both can roll in a letter.
Okay.
But you can only roll them X number of times per day, once per day, 3 times per day. So you can ask any question you want, like a Ouija board. But you only get to so many rolls per day. So you can be like, where is so-and-so? And then you have to roll for like 4 days before it like actually tells you.
Oh, before you get the full answer.
So it's like a Ouija board, but the
Super
dice,
slow. Yeah.
because the dice are letters. I actually don't mind that. Because if you had super powerful dice that can answer any question, but the answer was dictated by how long. So if you asked where someone was and they were in a country that had a big ass name, you'd have to wait that long until you finish the question. And if you skipped a day, it would remember. So let's say you rolled and you got the first 3 letters,
Mm-hmm.
and then you waited a week, then you rolled again, you get the 4th letter.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it remembers where it left off.
Yeah,
So you
yeah.
don't just get to be like, oh, I know where it is. You still have to roll it out.
Mm-hmm.
So that could be a really interesting way to do that. And you can even make it to where they're actually like, instead of 26 letters, you could actually make it to where it's like 45 letters, to where you have all of the letters and numbers.
Oh,
So if you wanted to know something like where, how old is someone, you can actually roll and it would give you someone's age.
Interesting.
You know what I mean? So yeah, there's, I like that whole but I like the idea of dice with letters because I think of a portable Ouija board. Super powerful, but it would take you considerably a long time. Oh, imagine being able to only roll it like once per week. So imagine you have a one-shot where you have these magical dice you can answer any question. And of course, the question that is going to probably be asked, like you kind of like, not railroad them, but you kind of like give every reason to be like, yeah, these guys can answer any question. So here's this one-shot. The big mystery is who you have to go defeat. And you're like, well, I'm just going to ask the dice. Who's the BBEG? And then you roll, and then it gives you 2 letters. And you're like, okay, you can roll again in a week. So imagine the one shot takes place over like a month.
Sure.
So the entire time they're putting pieces together, and they're getting bits and pieces of a name, but they don't really like you make it complicated enough to where it takes like they won't be able to easily get it right off the bat.
Sure.
But there is a chance that they'll guess it earlier than they should.
Right.
That would be a really interesting twist to a one shot where this has a chance, if you pay attention, to give you an answer earlier than you think. I think that could be really interesting. Thank you, Hoyla, for that idea.
Very interesting. I like it.
All right. So, all right, where are we at? Almost there. Almost there. All right. So, there is technically a way that we can do this. We won't wait for it to fully thaw. We're just going to do it partially frozen.
For sure.
Which
I do that all the time.
yeah. Oh, yeah. You know this part.
Yeah.
So actually, if you want, you can start getting the pan ready. If you know this part, you can get the pan ready. I would say just under medium. You're not gonna get it roaring, and we're gonna need some more oil. Yeah. We can take that other one off the heat, so you can drop the heat, uncover it, and then put it in the back. And then perfect. And then stir it a little bit too. And the reason why you want to do that is because all of that steam is the moisture coming out. So you want to thicken it while it cools. You want that steam to go somewhere. And giving it a stir once in a while gets that.
Is that oil still out? Is this the oil you used?
Yeah.
I didn't see it up there.
Yeah, that's it.
This is it. Oh.
It's just be careful when the top has a spring.
Gotcha.
So that little thing comes out. So, it's over here, so you can watch. Kage did magic. Yeah. All right. So at this point, yeah, the meat's mostly frozen, but if you've ever, cooked partially with ground beef, you know what to do.
I just don't wait that long.
So yeah, so at this point, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do the dries. We're gonna do the oil, the meat. Once it gets half browned is when we start to season. I always go half brown. But the first thing that you can do, not right away, but again, right when you get the first browning, you start, because I don't know how you do it. When it comes to ground beef, I usually get a large chunk browned, flip it, get that chunk browned, and then I start to break it up.
Interesting.
And then I brown as I go. I like doing that because I can control the size. Because if you brown and heat the chunk, it clumps, like it already starts to congeal. So I like to, once in a while, I like to do what I like to call rustic meatballs. So I'll take like a whole pound of ground beef or a whole pound of ground sausage, and I'll just throw it in a hot pan, sear the entire outside till it's starting to warm up, and then I'll like chunk it in half, and then chunk those in half, and then chunk those in half. But I'll keep browning as I chunk. So every time I chunk it, I'll brown the new side.
Interesting.
And it keeps the ball together. So at a point, I can decide if I want 6, 12, 19 meatballs. But as I chop, every time I chop one in half, I'm controlling the size, and
I
they're
get what you're
irregular, so they're rusty.
I'll say that depends on what I'm doing. I would not think to do that for a sauce. mostly because I want it to incorporate well with the sauce instead of being
And the
more
thing is,
chunky.
and that's where it comes down to chunkiness. With ground beef specifically, I don't necessarily need it to be like big chunky,
Sure.
but I don't like it to be like melted chunky. Like I like still knowing that there's like a sauce, in it, right? So I still like that method because I do that method with big meats if I want like the rustic meatballs, but I still do it with this because I'll like brown one side, flip it brown one side, and then I'll start to break it apart and wait for it to where when I'm breaking it apart, it's not crumbling super fast. But anyway, you are ready to go. So I'll try to minimize your exposure to raw. And
You got that? Ready.
I thought that was going to be a little bit more of a sizzle. But yeah, so at this point, what I like to do is I like to get a partial brown. So again, my method, I would brown one side, then flip it brown the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And then once I'm ready to start breaking it apart, that's when I begin my dry seasoning.
Sure.
But I always start with a few dry seasonings first, and then I get my wet seasoning, and then finish it off. How do you do it? I'm curious. Like,
I just go to town. I go to town and I start mixing it up. That way, I feel like I get more of it done because I'm always worried about it going too much. And so, like, you know,
my biggest thing is like when I chop it up too quickly, when it's in this form, it breaks apart too small, right? It almost just falls apart. Whereas again, I like ground beef to be like,
and I think that's
ground beef.
That's the point. Is like the small amount, like that is what I'm looking. To me, that is ground beef.
Yeah. So
that's like almost like.
So I would say so. Let me show you my way, and we'll see if we can if I can show you like you're more comfortable with it than I do.
By all means, yeah.
So we're just gonna leave that there for probably like kind of like a steak at first, right? Like a minute or two here. Then we're just gonna kind of flip it over, and then you'll. This also helps when it's kind of semi-frozen too, if you're heating it up more so you can cut it. But yeah, we'll do that. We'll see how it's going. Funny, we got people, but no one's talking. Crazy. And if it's going too much, I mean, we can cap it.
It's no big deal. It's no big deal.
Well, you know, this is where the shirt comes in. If you don't like to get your shirt dirty, this is where we have our chef shirt.
Fair enough.
Silence is gold. I don't know about that. Pretty sure most streamers would say silence is a good sign. So I would say at 38, go ahead and flip it. And then yeah, at 38, flip it. And then at 40, see if you can cut it in half easily. Like if it's
I was close to being able to do it already.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, so I would say flip it and then yeah, give it a minute or so. And then once you start to be able to get it in easily, like very easily, chop it in half. If you can chop it into fourths easily, that's when we'll start to dry. We'll start with salt and pepper, and then we'll load up any other dry seasonings. You want another drink? You good?
I am Gucci for meow. I will fill up my water here in a second.
I'm thinking of a drink myself. I was making myself something really, really tasty the other night. I think I might try another one of those. I don't have a name for it, but I feel like I'm gonna have to come up with a name for Soul soon, because this will be the third time I've made this drink. All right, so yeah, so I would say even at 1 minute, if you feel like it's starting to you can check it at 39, if it's starting to easily cut in half.
Sure.
But yeah, once you can cut it very easily into fourths, do another good pinch of salt and a little bit of pepper, and then just keep on cutting it down. At that point, just cut it. Just keep splitting it until it's the size that we want.
Sure.
And then once it's still pink but at the size you want, that's when we want to do the liquids, because when it's the size you want but still pink, it's still absorbing flavor.
Sure.
That makes sense?
Yeah.
So yeah, so I would just start seeing if you can cut it up from here on out. And again, I will say this is most of this is not easy to do because I'm not a teacher and I'm not a professional chef. Most of this I do by feel and touch. So it's hard to sometimes translate my experience because I'll say something and then I'm like, is that really like what I experienced? Or is that just what I think is happening? You know what I mean? Like, there's a little bit of that difficult aspect of actually translating what I know into and instructing someone to follow. So, grain of salt with everything, right? All right. Kage, I don't think you heard any of that.
I did not.
I was just commenting to chat that, one of the hardest things too is that I'm not a professional, I'm not a teacher. So it's hard to translate the experiences I've had with trying to give you instruction.
Sure.
I don't even technically know if the things I'm saying are really that specific, or is it just my interpretation of what I've seen?
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like it's a feel, right? Like again, like that. Like I never even thought about the fact that you're browning those sides. I never even thought about. I've never done
I thought that's what you meant when you're like every time you cut it, you got to brown a new side.
No, I meant like.
Or am I just flipping it over to the other side every time I cut it?
I mentioned that in terms of the rustic meatball because I was always cutting it and making meatballs, so I was always making it round. That was a comment that I didn't even think about. But no, when I cut it like that, once I can start splitting it, I just start to split it evenly. So like right now, what I would do is just every now and again, I'd flip these, but I would like try to see if I can cut that one in half. And if I can, I cut it and then flip it over. And then that one, if I can cut it easily in half, flip it over. Right? That's all I'm doing. And then once they're all starting to get to that ground beef look stage, because once they can really start to cut, I just start cutting them, right?
Sure.
So like, yeah, I would just start to like go to town and get, yeah. Once you're not going into ice, just make it as small as you want. If you want to bring out that pink so you can watch it cook, we've got a good brown on it. And you see some of these are like really browned. That's what we want, but we don't want it everywhere because you don't want to overcook it. And then yeah, at this point you can do that little like, tap, 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 tap. Like if you really want to like, I don't know how you do it. Like everybody has their own technique of making meat. Which is funny. I don't even think anyone in my family has the same way that I do it. You know what I mean? Like it's not like I learned it anywhere. It's like, I feel like there are some things that you never get taught with cooking. You just develop your own way regardless. So yeah, at this point, just decide how big you want it. And then we're just adding our liquid.
Liquids or because we don't have any dry we're really adding. I would add salt.
Yeah. So what I'm gonna do here is okay. So one of my techniques too. We're gonna drop that down to low heat. Actually, no, we'll just turn the heat off for now. So one thing we'll do real quick is push all the meat to one side, especially away from the hand. A couple different ways you can do this, but this is the I don't want to say cheap because these things aren't cheap, but it's dirty, easy. Right. All right. Just kind of like push, like actually kind of just like as gently as you can without going over the edge, and then tilt down with the hand.
Tilt down this direction.
Yeah. What you're doing is you're bringing all of that oil.
For sure.
So you want to keep kind of pressing it against the back wall a little bit, or even like down, depending on your comfort level. You don't want it to go out of the pan.
Sure.
But you want to do that, then. Boom. And then once you see it mostly stop leaking from it, you're good. But what we want to do is just take away a lot of this excess fat and liquid that we don't get. And there's a couple different ways to do this. This is not the most eco-friendly or the cheapest, but it fucking works. So again, do as I say, not as I do. The best way to do it is to have a container, use a spoon it.
For sure.
But if you don't have the time or the patience, or you're bougie and you have, minimal cash, that works. So now you can crank the heat back to a little bit above low, and then if get that to size at this point. And this point you can kind of go fast, get it down to size. Like at this point, everything's gonna hold together now in the way that I, it's not gonna like mush.
Sure.
But yeah, you can just kind of tap that all together.
I
but-
don't know if I've ever had the mush experience that you're talking about.
And that's good. Like again, everyone has their own way, and maybe mine is just off of one experience I had, and now I've talked myself into this is the way to do it.
Sure.
But you know, that's I prefer being a teacher that shows you what's worked for me, but not tell you that that's the only way to do it.
Yeah.
I'm just giving you one option. If you find out in the future that your way was better, then don't listen. It's like D&D, right? All right. So once we're good with that, we feel comfortable with that size?
I mean,
With our chunkiness?
from my perspective, these are quite large. But
Okay.
I mean, like,
If you want to keep going, I mean,
I'm fine with it. Like, you know,
I mean, if we want to keep going, because like, this is like once I get kind of chunky, and maybe it's my technique, right? Because this is usually what I do when I want to get like smaller pieces.
yeah, I've never had to do that because I do that from the jump. Like, I don't do the quad method that you started with. Like, this is what I'm doing from the second.
And I
put it in
feel
the
like
pan.
a lot of the times I don't get but maybe I like it more chunky. Maybe that's the thing.
And like I said, yeah,
Because this is looking more like what I like. You know what I mean? Like I like it when I can actually know that there's a good portion of meat being had. So maybe that's
Sure,
more
sure.
of a.
And I feel like for some sauces like that is important for me. I would not consider that what I would think for a lasagna.
And that's fair too. I mean, that's again, I think it comes down to how you were. I don't want to say how you were raised, but like what you
It's
grew
the
up with.
association that I have with the thing. So, you know, it is what it is.
All right. So we'll clean that up. Press that bottle because it wasn't much. We will do a very small amount of this. That was pretty good. And then a good amount of that. I always have to make a mess. I can't not make a mess.
If it doesn't get all over the place, it doesn't belong in your face. You're welcome, Carl.
All right, so you wanted salt, which I think we'll have enough of with these guys. Did you feel like it needs anything else? Then we can add anything in the dry category, or was it really just that salt content?
I mean, it's really just salt for me. That's the only thing I can like think of that I'm like, yo, that would be valuable right now. What I tasted. But
I'm not going to be in a disagreement with that. And as you can see, pretty much the pink is all gone already.
Sure.
But that last little bit is where I feel like you get most of the flavor from the liquid is that last little like cook off.
for sure.
And that's just from my experience of if I add it in too early, I feel like I actually cook off more of the flavor before the meat gets there.
Sure.
Is that correct? I'm not a professional chef. But people seem to like my cooking. So, you know, whether I'm right or not, I end up with something that's worth it. And that's pretty much done. So we can add both of those together.
Pour it in the sauce.
Yep, that's pretty much it. However you feel safe doing that. And so that's our meat sauce. That is done. At this point,
Are we putting any of this back on the burner, or is this staying?
No, we're done. Everything's done off the burner. We are gonna mix those two, let those come together, and then we're gonna talk about stacking or layering. We're gonna layer. We're gonna put it in the oven, and then you're gonna decide whether or not you're gonna stick around for the final product, or if Prem will allow you to stay around for the final product, or if she's gonna order you home.
She's at home right now.
Why isn't she watching? How dare her?
All right.
All right, so yeah, we don't need any more heat or anything. It is time for the layering shaft. Yes, that's right. God, I love this thing. I am so happy I bought the gimbal. It works so well. Like just being able to perfectly present anything
Right.
I'm looking at. Oh, and look at this. Look what I can do.
Look what I can do.
Oh, that's shit. Wow.
No?
I think there's just too much light in the room. I thought that would help. Right no. That didn't do shit.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
It did enough to blind me.
Yeah.
All right.
I still can't imagine doing that outside.
Yeah. Not in your face. All right. So that's all mixed up and good.
See?
Find out. How we tasting here?
Am I mad at it?
What would you do different if you could?
I'd probably have the bits a lot smaller. Again, I can't say that until we have the final product because
Right.
I need to see what it's like in the
like-
actual sauce itself. Like, again, when I'm looking at the pictures online, when I'm looking at a lot of stuff, it feels like you know how some people put like cookie crumbles or
Yeah.
breadcrumbs, like that's the consistency that I traditionally
And I think-
understand ground beef to be.
And I think that's the difference between you and me. This is perfect. This is what I think of with ground beef is I want.
And again,
I want to like know I'm chewing
I
beef.
agree with that on specific things. Like in a spaghetti, that would be gold.
Right.
That would be ideal. You know, in a lot
Like,
of
it's like
other
tacos.
in a lot of other dishes.
It needs to be like that in tacos,
you know, oh
right?
for sure.
Like nice
But,
and chunky. But
you
I'm
know,
curious how So if you're willing to stay for the entire thing,
No, I definitely listen. I can't. Here's the deal. I would feel cheated if I spend this much time doing it and did not figure out.
I mean,
what-
you would at least come back on Monday to some leftovers. All right. So we have a 3-layer, right? That's what we're doing.
Yes.
All right. So
3 layers.
as we're gonna do this, we're just gonna do these guys. So these guys don't quite fit, so we are gonna do 2 side by side because that's gonna be the best way to cover it.
Sure.
But we are gonna have to snap these. So I'm gonna guess as best I can.
It's pretty
It
good.
works. All right. So
About the same way.
guess best I can. And we can always use those extra pieces to fill in. And
Part of some of the other layers. For
So,
sure.
one thing you always want to do when you're baking directly into your thing is
Nice little coating.
nice little coating. Just make sure nothing sticks. Vixie, aren't you proud of me? I did it in the sink.
Right.
I hate it when I do that anywhere else. There. There. So we have 2 as on the bottom as we can. You know what? Probably I can- Yeah. There. However the grip. All right. So typically what I like to do, at least for that first layer, is typically always that's what's gonna like get the
For sure.
the actual
You want a thing to put this on over there?
no, luckily because we have granite. Don't worry about it.
All right.
You can
Let's
just
pick a
slap
football.
it right on the countertop.
It's a little hot.
So yeah, so at this point, remember, we're gonna have 3 layers. So you
For
gotta
sure.
think about how thick you want each of these layers. Because we're gonna do that's remember this and then up. It's gonna be 1 layer. We're gonna do this and then cheese, and then we're gonna do another one of these,
Okay.
and then that and cheese, and another one and then that and cheese.
Sure.
So think about how thick we're gonna be able to get it. I'll get the cheese ready.
Very curious what this would look like if we had more layers.
It would thinner. And again, you don't have to make it super. We don't have to go all the way up to the top.
Sure.
It's just consider how thick. It should be always thicker on the bottom than it should be on the top.
Are we gonna end it with a layer of pasta or a layer of cheese?
Layer of cheese. So it's
Okay.
gonna go pasta,
Pasta
sauce,
cheese,
pasta sauce, cheese, pasta
pasta
sauce, cheese.
Okay.
Always cheese at the end, and then always pasta as your base layer for each layer.
Okay.
So how much more? Are you good there?
I mean, I'd say so. Yeah. You know, it's a good little foundation. It feels a little thick, but I feel like we can make 3 out of that.
We're gonna do a very small layer of mozzarella. We're gonna do nice. Being freshly opened, you can do a nice thick. Super easy. Well, not thick, but makes it easy to spread. Hold on. Just because it had a little bit of marinara, so I don't contaminate
Fair.
the pan. And then we're gonna do also another small bit of cheese, because that's what's gonna get that stickiness
glue.
in between the layers.
Yeah.
And you want that on every layer. And then we go from there.
More.
So that is layer 1, everybody. That is layer 1. Moving on
more of those.
to 2 of 3.
If it heaps over the stove, is that bad? Will it like rise when it starts?
Luckily, there will not be much of a rise with this, so we have less to worry about if we're at the edge. There will just be some excess water that might pull over,
For sure.
but we'll just be able to put a pan underneath it.
Cool.
So,
All right,
that.
a little bit
This
more
off the ground.
sauce up in this.
I'm gonna take that off the ground. I'm gonna wash my hands. And yeah, the idea is that as the sauce heats, it's going to release all its moisture. That moisture is going to go right on top of the layer of pasta right underneath it. And so every layer is going to get heated by that. And the cheese also makes kind of a layer to stop the moisture. Blah, blah, blah.
Bob's your burgers.
All right, tasty. Like normally I can have like spaghetti, but that's just not very tasty.
Not the business.
No. It really ain't.
All right. Tease me up, Scotty.
See, this is again one of those things where it would just be like awesome to be able to just like surprise everybody and just bust out with like an Italian like opera piece.
Wild.
Like I just actually know like a piece of song that would just be appropriate for the moment,
That would be wild.
and then everyone would just be like, "What?"
Wild.
Fun fact. Oh no.
Not fun.
Is that bio worthy or is that fun fact worthy? Like I've learned, like I thought about that. Now that we have the bio option, I'm more worried about letting go of like pieces of my past because I now don't know if it's worthy for the bio or not.
But remember, like the bio is stuff you want to be able to display on screen.
That's true.
Is it something you're going to be able to like display on screen and like
True.
put in like a word or a very short phrase?
No. Fun fact: I used to be in choir. So for all those people, that's why I always find it funny that Nugget complains when I play copyright, and
Wow.
they complain that I sing, and I'm just like, you do know you're complaining to someone who actually like was in choir for several years. Like, I'm not saying that I am a professional, but you are telling someone who's actually been taught how to sing that they don't know what they're doing, and I'm like, I know when I'm drinking, I'm not trying to be that good, but I know my voice ain't that bad to complain about. Like, excuse me now.
I mean, mine is, so that's fine. I keep my.
Well, I mean, again, I do not have my choir voice anymore, but please don't tell me that I don't know how to play. If I want to though, maybe
your
that's the thing
voice is
too.
an instrument, and I do not know how to play it.
That's fair. All right, so last layer. This is going to be
No pasta.
a little bit crazy. This is
Little
gonna
bit thick.
This is gonna be that
See, this is what I was asking because I feel like my second layer was a little too thick.
Hey, you know what though? You know what? That's okay. That's okay. This is where we learn. Let's see. Yeah. So you know what we're gonna do? All we do is just take this guy and we put it at the bottom.
Perfection.
And so that way, if there's any ooze over, we're good.
Try and make this layer a little bit thinner.
I can also do the same with my stuff. But look at that. Look at those layers, bruh. You see that on the side though?
I did. I've been staring at that. That's
Like-
why I was like critiquing my second layer a little bit. I was like,
Have you texted Krem and let her know what we're doing tonight?
I have not.
I think she would have been very excited to see you make this tonight. Maybe you
Which
should
is-
text her and let her at least she can fast forward through real quick, and at least see some of the steps because I think that she would be happy. Look at that. That looks fucking gorgeous, man. Yeah. Do you see those fucking layers? You telling me you don't want that? That's a masterpiece right there. Vixie knows. Vixie been there, done that. Anybody in chat want to comment? So you said that this is a little bit thicker in terms of the layers than you're used to, and I would agree. Normally, I would do a 5 layers, so these would be half.
Yes, but I was mostly talking about the. Well, it honestly depends on who's making it because I've had lasagna that thick before.
I mean, I've had some super thick lasagnas. Not necessarily they're great, but there are some times that you can make it work. But I feel like you have to have the right ingredients and the perfect ratio. Otherwise, too thick of a lasagna is either just too much meat, too much pasta, or too much sauce. You know what I'm saying? Unless you have that perfect ratio, a lot of the time, someone just gave you too much of one thing. Have you ever had a lasagna with too much meat? I mean 60% or more of the slice is cheese.
No, I have not. I wish I would have. I love me some cheese, and I feel like it's very hard to put too much cheese on some things.
I will tell you, this is I love me some deep fried cheese. I love me cheese in every single way. I love me a charcuterie board full of cheese. I will tell you, a lasagna that is 60% cheese is too much cheese.
I don't disagree, but again, I think the most I've ever had is maybe a 30% lasagna, and I enjoyed the hell out of it.
I will agree. Up to 50% even with the right cheeses. It has to be multiple cheeses if you're going that far. But yeah, when you're past that 50% mark, because it's all baked, it was literally imagine ordering what is it? Imagine if you ordered mozzarella fries or mozzarella, right?
Sure.
And they came with 9 of them, stacked like Jenga on a plate, covered in the marinara. That's what that lasagna tasted like, which was just pure baked cheese with sauce. It was just too much. I've had that bad. But this is not that. Look at the dude. Do you see this?
This is clean. This is very, very clean. I am here for this.
And we are gonna overtop. That's bubble.
Yes.
So a couple little things though, little chefy things that you learn. All of the little edges that we're gonna be.
What's going on, Hecate? Nice of you to join us.
What's up, Hecate?
Making some lasagnas.
I mean, pretty much done. About to go in the oven for like 30 minutes. What are we gonna do for 30 minutes? We're gonna talk about dog?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you actually want to pop that in, as long as it's over the other thing, we just pop that in for. Oh no, we need foil.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So we wrap it in foil. We're gonna do this for 20 minutes. Pop the foil off and do it for another 5. There we go. Boom. So timer 25. No. 20-minute timer.
Beautiful.
Let's quick little clean up here. Mind tossing those in the trash? Right.
Not
We
at all.
End up using them.
Smarter, not harder.
I hate touching the trash. That's
Fair.
my thing. So I just my first thought is never to bring the trash. But I'm like, I have to touch the trash for that.
Yeah, I wish. Yes, you're not wrong.
All right. Well, what's on the menu? Well, we just made lasagna with a meat sauce. Ooh, and we have some meat sauce left over. I love that.
Yup.
We'll grab a leftover container. How's it tasting now that it's cooled and fully flavored itself up? How you feeling about that sauce that we made?
I'm feeling it definitely went the right direction.
I feel like, every time you and I make something together, whether it's D&D or whatnot, it's kind of how it is. Rocky along the progress point, never quite sure where we're going to end up, but the end result's always pleasant.
It always goes the right way. I'm here for it.
And I'm really hoping that at the end of this, I'm not expecting you to taste this and be like, bro, I'm never cooking lasagna another way again, right? That's not the expectation. But I am expecting you to taste this and go, I could do that again. Like, if you walked away with nothing more than just tasting this and go, it's not my favorite, but if I ever wanted to cook this again, I could do this.
Here's the problem.
Like,
In the past, whenever I go out to restaurants and stuff like that, sometimes they don't make my food exactly how I ask them to. Like sometimes they'll say no onions, sometimes they'll say no ice, sometimes they'll say, and they'll just forget to do the thing, right?
yeah.
It's not the end of the world. The food overall still tastes good. It has a texture that wasn't my favorite, but I still enjoyed it. Whenever I made food for myself, one of the biggest problems that I had was it was hard for me to enjoy the food that I made for myself. Like it's not like, oh, it wasn't perfect. Like even if it's not perfect, I can enjoy food that's
Right.
good, right?
Right.
So I think the biggest thing for me is being able to enjoy whatever it is that I make.
Yeah.
And if that is what I walk away with, I'm stoked. I'm happy.
Ooh, just made 10K XP points. Let's go, Hecate. Do we have any breadsticks? No, we didn't do breadsticks.
That is all right. That is all right.
I have a biscuit, but I have no bread. Now, I could show you how to make some carb-friendly tortilla, garlic bread, which is basically just garlic, butter, and cheese on a tortilla, But that works too, because if you toast it enough where the cheese isn't melty, but it's actually crispy,
For sure.
you cut it up and you get like a little toast.
Interesting.
So, a couple different ways to do that. But no breadsticks today. All right. That was fun. But we have like a half-hour chat until we see the results. So if you're hanging out with us until the end, stick around for another half hour to see the results of our labor. But until then, I don't know. So then we
We can dog it up a little bit.
What are we adopting? Like,
Like you said, just bit of history, bit of history. Where's he
let's
been?
see.
Where's he been?
How
thus
many?
far?
How many? So what we did with Vixie the other night, need another 5K for bio unlock. Hecate, do you even know what you're gonna unlock? Like, do you know
Lo
what
más en
information you want to add to the bio? Remember, the things that are in the current bio list are examples, but
Just suggestions.
the
Yes.
whole point is for the audience, you, when you unlock it, to decide what piece of information will be forever displayed underneath our, gorgeous faces. So do you even know? Like, you've been saving up for at least 2 months now. I think you've been easily saving up for 2 months for this. Do you even know, like, what you're gonna ask? Are you just doing it because, hey, that's what you can do? It's the new thing, the new hotness. You would want to be the first.
The new hot. Hey, I respect it.
Hey.
99K. I just made it. Not wait till I'm at.
You?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do with all? I mean, well, you don't. You can do anything for free, right?
I mean, no, I don't get free stuff, but you get a lot. So I got nothing to spend it on right now, just because I tried to allow most of the things that need to be spent on be done by, like, I'm not contributing to like our monthly streams and stuff like that.
I mean, I love it because I can just do everything for free, so I don't have to bother.
I might spend it on some bio unlock stuff for you and for some other things.
Oh, for me? Well, remember, the bio unlock is universal. If they ask for one thing, it unlocks for both.
Oh, is that?
It's
how
not
that
per
works?
person. It's global.
Oh.
So if they ask for favorite
That's fair
color,
enough.
they get both of our favorite colors. If
Okay.
they ask for, like, I don't know what they want to know. I don't know what's going to fill that spot out. I feel like we've let slip some things in the past, but now it's time to be like, if you buy it, you get it permanently, and
Sure.
And then, of course, the website will be much more filled out with
Sure.
more unlockables.
The little stuff like you mentioned about you used to be Inquire, or you can put that stuff on the website. That way, it's not what has to be displayed.
15K for I'm just curious, like, what people want. Like, what do you want to hear?
Sure.
Damn. Does that not work? Oh, because hang on, chat. Okay, things might mess up here for a second, chat. Hold on. Hang on, chat. Hang on, chat.
Was that Hecate that requested that, or was that you?
That was. All right, chat. There we go. Now everything's better. Now everything is
We're out here
fixed.
cycling.
Huh?
We're out here cycling.
We were making sure we're all back. Again, when we do things new or like in different locations.
Yep.
Let's see if- No. Fuck. It didn't. Why
Rude.
not?
Even though it says 2K, it didn't charge you for anything.
I have unlimited because I'm the owner, so I have just
Fair
literally.
So it still charges you. You just have unlimited amount of them.
Yeah, mine has literally the infinity symbol next to it. So. But only that. I have to have my own bits, but like the channel points. But no, that's unfortunate that I don't know why my alerts are.
Might be.
Oh wow. No, something's wrong with alerts here. That's the problem.
Sound alerts, way to be a hoe.
But hey, at least we got chat now.
Chat. Hey.
All right. Well, we got 11 minutes until we take the foil off, and then we go for a little bit longer. Let it cook up. Cool. Hey, wait a second. Hecate, you never told us, what is the bio unlock? Hecate, you've been waiting for months, and you just mentioned that you have 5K left. What is the bio unlock? Oh, favorite element. It being one of the 4 basic ones, one unique one. Are you talking about IRL or in game? That's a big difference. Favorite element, IRL or in game?
Interesting.
And I'm assuming we're going like more traditional. So like acid isn't an element, right? You're talking about earth, wind, fire, water, spirit, heart, consciousness, like more of the classic elements instead of like
Not necessarily getting too specific.
like with D&D, you know, is lightning an element. Like I don't think it's that. But favorite element. So, and I'm curious what you mean by like one like Hecate for bio unlock. I feel like we're gonna have to get really specific, right? So if you say, "What's your favorite element of the 4 basic?" Because like if you just
But
say
again, how are you
or
gonna
unique one, like what does that mean? What is
How are
a
you gonna
unique
display that?
element, right? So I would just say like favorite element, and then it would just be whatever this is. But I feel like the question needs to be very specific so we know what we're answering. Because if you say what's your favorite element, and we only have 4, but
Sure.
with this aspect of or a unique one, well, what's it like? Acid can't be an element. Lightning can't be an element. Are we talking about like elements on the periodic table?
I feel like the question should be as general and I feel like similar to in D&D how you can be creative with your response. I feel like because I wouldn't be mad at any of the damage as a choice.
But the thing is,
You know.
it's not about our. For me, it's less about how creative we are on our answer and more about what they want to know. Like if someone wants to know, real life out of the 4, what's your favorite element? That's a different question than creating your own element, like or the element like the periodic table. Right, those are
feel
different
like
elements that
I
you could
feel
also
like
say that
it's
are.
given off the same energy as what's your favorite color. It's just what element brings you joy, excitement. Like which one do you get like hyped for? Which one do you
Right,
think you
but that's why I want to
specifically you
verify
could
that's the question being asked because I don't want to misinterpret, especially for like the bio. I don't want someone to be like, I want this answer, and then we give them something that we interpret.
Yes, but how about if somebody else comes along later and wants to know a different version of that answer and wants to ask that very specific version of the question? Like, how are we going to display those two different things? Or are we
But that's
gonna,
why the question has to be specific, right? Like if it's an IRL
my
real
question
element,
is how are we differentiating that answer when we show what we have?
exactly like I just said. If it's like, what's your favorite real life element, or what's your favorite base element, versus what's your favorite periodic element, versus what's your favorite fantasy element. Those are the ways. That's why I want to make sure that we're answering the right question, not making an interpretation of it.
I might be confused if you asked me those 4 different questions. Like I'd be like, all right, now.
But if you say fantasy element and it says lightning, and you say IRL element and it says earth, like IRL element or 4 base elements is going to be earth, wind, fire, water. But if you say what's your favorite D&D element, then we're going to talk about like elemental damages. But if you say what's your favorite elemental, like periodic, like elemental, like what's your favorite element on the periodic table?
Sure.
That's all I'm asking is just making sure that when they ask the question, we're not giving them like if someone says what's your favorite element and you say lightning, and they're like, that wasn't the question I asked. That's all I'm trying to figure out is if they say what's your favorite element and they were specifically like of the 4, that's want to make sure that they got their value because that was the question they're answering. I don't care how many versions of the question we get. I just want to make sure that when someone gets their answer, it's the answer to the question they were asking.
And I get that, and I just also want to make sure that when people come by later and read it, they're gonna know what question was answered. And
That
feel
depends
like
on the question, right?
I
I
understand
don't
that
know
it
how
depends on
it's
the
going
question,
to
but my
be.
point is, how are the people reading it going to receive it? And are they all going to receive it the way that the original sender intended?
But who cares? It's the original sender who bought
If
the
that's
answer.
your answer, then that's the answer to my question: is who cares?
Yeah,
You
I-
don't care about
because
the
the
aspect that I was
because
asking
the whole
about,
thing is if it's
which is fine. Which is fine.
self-explanatory, it's
Like,
not content driven.
you know,
Like the whole
I
thing
would
is like,
argue, is it self-explanatory? Which is
but it
why I
should.
asked the
I
question.
don't think it should be self-explanatory because the idea is if you come to the stream and you see all these cool facts and they're super self-explanatory, who cares? But if they're not self-explanatory
I
and
mean,
people reference
I would
them
argue all the examples that you have.
because they're examples, it's so you understand what you're buying. But if someone wants to know something obscure about us,
Sure.
the whole point would be to figure out like, well, what does that mean, right? Like,
I
if
get
you
you.
don't
I just
understand
remember last time we were talking about this, you were talking about I gave a suggestion for something that I might put as a bio question. And your response was that might be too specific. Like, how would we display that? How would we write that out on the screen? How would we write, this is the answer to this question?
That was more of a. I think your question was very long, and there was no way to shorten it up to 2 words.
It could have been. I don't really remember what it was.
Because
but,
that was
you know.
no, that was the conversation. Is you were asking for like, well, what if someone asked this? And I'm like,
And this is
but that would be
what I feel like
too-
this is going down the road of when it comes to, oh, we have this list of 20 elements here, and all of them are answering a different question.
But
They're
that would
periodic
be-
elements, these are these elements, these are these
and
elements.
that would only
And-
run into the issue if we had that many different unique questions, which is why I'm trying
Which
to
is
figure
fine.
out what question you're answering.
Sure.
Because if it does come up later that there is a different question, I want to make sure that there's room for that, right? Again, I don't want to
Like I said,
limit-
I'm just trying to understand what we're doing. I'm not trying to say don't do it.
I'm
Do
not-
whatever,
I
you got to do.
But
I'm just. Go for it.
but that's what I'm explaining. I'm explaining the answer. I'm not.
Well, again, that what you're explaining. My question was already answered when you said it doesn't matter, or I don't care, or like they should be able to figure it out. When you said it earlier, and I specifically said that was the answer to the question that I was asking for.
Maybe I didn't understand the question because like it seemed like the question was like, what if they ask more questions?
No, the question was, how do they know what question is being answered?
It depends on the question that was answered. Like that was the
I-
answer to that question.
No, I understand, but what I'm talking about when it's displayed, like, what if they get the wrong impression? And you were like, it doesn't matter. Like,
Yeah,
they-
like if they get the wrong impression, you know, if it says what's your favorite color and they don't know that we were talking about all colors and not like, you know, the sky. Like I mean, it's up to you to not understand what the information is and to ask.
that's exactly my
Right.
point.
But
That's exactly my
my
point. That was the
care
answer to
is
my
more
question.
about if you paid for it,
And
I
like I
want to make
said-
sure that the person that paid for it
Yeah, that,
gets the value
I
of
totally
their
understand
question.
that, and you are welcome to do all of that. My question is just differentiation. If it doesn't matter,
I mean, it's. I don't really understand what you mean by like if it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Like
like
the answer,
just
if
what
they-
you said. Like
if like the
if
answer is
they
gonna
get
be,
the wrong impression from reading it, like that's on
I-
them.
and maybe I just don't understand what. Maybe I just don't have an example of what situation that's going to run into.
I was specifically talking about this one because of all the different types ways you can answer the question, just like you were referring to.
Right, but it's not going to be like just because there's different ways we're going to list them all. We're only going to list the one that we have.
Right.
So that's where I don't understand how if someone says what's your favorite D&D element, and the title is Fave D&D element versus Fave IRL element. Like what I don't understand is why would that be a concern if the person who asked got their answer and someone comes in like. What I don't understand
not
is
like it
where's
would-
the concern
It's
of
not
like,
it would
oh, there's
be
so
a
many different
concern.
elements.
It would be like the question would be if the only thing that was on there was basic elements. Somebody could come in and misinterpret what we mean when we're talking about basic element. If we're specifically talking about the 4 basic elements, the earth, wind, and fire, and like nothing else, you know, like if that was our mindset, if that was the only question that was asked, if there was nothing else on the list, and you know somebody comes in and says, "Oh, you picked fire," well, I would have picked lightning or something like that. Then they would be under the impression that that's not what we're talking about. They would think that lightning might be a basic element, so they might, in turn, misunderstand what our answer is representing. Which again could happen, but
Is that a problem though? Is that a concern?
that was the whole question. That was exactly the whole question. And that's what I mean when I say it's not a concern. And if it's not a concern, that's totally fine.
Maybe I just don't understand. Maybe I'm saying it's not a concern because I don't understand how that can be a concern. So maybe I'm just not understanding like what
Then I'm not articulating correctly because I just explained how.
Yeah, I'm not understanding how that would be
Which is fine.
concernful for like the audience. Maybe I just don't put that together. What is it say? How do we connect to it? So for the element, how do we connect to it? So for example, if someone is the element of water, they're free going with the flow. If you choose the element void element, because they like being alone or the emptiness of space. Interesting. So, and that makes me question like, what do you consider an element, right? Like when you say void, that would never have been an option.
This
for
is exactly
elements.
why I asked the question that I asked, because I think a lot of people are going to go that direction and we might not.
But that's where I feel like it's more based on the question, not our answer, right? Because that's like when you ask for like if you're thinking void is an element, then I don't that's where I'm just maybe not like understanding, because for me the question shouldn't be that difficult to understand, right?
Like a little cheese stick, but that's all right.
Ooh, that's actually a really good sign though. Hopefully it's I mean, as long as the pasta gets cooked, that's all that really matters.
Sure.
So at this point, we could probably do another 10 minutes. Well, we did another 5-minute timer and we'll just watch the cheese. Like that's the biggest thing. It's just gotta watch for the cheese.
That 5 minutes?
Yeah. Cheese is the only thing. So that's interesting. See, like that's the crazy part. When you say like void
And that
as an element, that makes me think of like this is where I say the question has to be very, very specific, because when you say element, there's like base elements, periodic table, D&D level elements, or when it comes to this, it's almost like this I would never put this in our bio as favorite element. Like if we're talking about things like the void of like what you represent, I would have to figure out a different way to represent that question.
I would say, and this is again when I first heard the question, this was the vibe that I got from what was being asked, which is why I ended up going down the road that I went. Is when you think of the word element, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? What's the first thing that you connect with, right? It could be something like plasma, like from a lightsaber. You could be something like,
right,
shadow or something like that. Like it could be all kinds of stuff. Like anything you might be able to turn.
But I think that
make a power out of.
But I think it comes down with context, right? Like if you are really into sci-fi and your friends are into sci-fi and someone has to do that, I think the context would typically lean sci-fi.
I think it's meant to be broad, and if it does lean sci-fi for you, then your answer is going to reflect that, and that's okay. And if somebody else's reflects something completely different, so say somebody is more tied to D&D and their answer is more D&D mentality focused, that's okay for them. But that would be their answer for the question. Yours would be a more sci-fi answer. Somebody else's might be a more
and that's why it depends on the question. That's why I say it depends on the question. Depends on how it's going to be represented. Because I would never put this as favorite element. I would put this as, if anything, like favorite element to me. Like if it were just labeled like favorite element, it would be like the base form. If it were specific to like D&D, it would be that like what's your favorite elemental depth, right? This question would be more of like in this particular case, because words matter to me, I don't think I would use the word element. I still like the question, but I would have to change the word element because I don't think that this kind of question properly represents it, right? I don't think, I guess this is akin to what you were saying of people understanding it. Maybe the reason why I don't understand why there'd be a conflict is because I wouldn't have called this an element.
Because you have a very specific definition of what element represents when you're talking about elements.
So when I think of element, if I say this is my favorite element, it should be very... Because for me, it's like if I see the word element and I see something like lightning, I don't think real. I think of D&D.
And see, that's why, like for me, I would go. I would, number one, I would know who I'm talking to. And number two, I would be like, okay, I understand both sides. I understand the more generalized version of it. I understand the more specific version of
Yeah.
it. And that would be the question that I would ask the person is like, are you being specific when you say an element, or are you just generalizing? Like,
Right.
I would say you could say sport versus baseball. There's a bunch of different baseball teams. There's a bunch of
Right.
different like layers of baseball. You got minor league, little league, all
Mhm.
this other stuff. And there's
But
lots
then
of
there's the umbrella of sports.
there's the umbrella of sports. And so I
Yeah.
think this is a more of a sports term rather than a baseball term.
Yeah.
And I think you see it as more of a baseball term.
And that's where, yeah, and I think that's where it's like, I just wouldn't call this element if that was how broad we were getting, right?
Sure.
You would use that's where
yeah,
I would ask like the bio. What are you asking? Because if someone just says, "Hey, here's my question on the bio. What's your favorite element?" I don't want to just give them an answer. I say, "Oh, what do you mean?
Sure.
Do you mean these four? Do you mean in elemental damage, or do you mean like Huelepa? Do you just mean what do you feel
Hexen?
represents, or Hexen, do you feel like what is an abstract concept that represents this?" And then in that particular case, I would try to find like once I understood like this is more of an abstract concept, I would try to find the best way not to be super self-explanatory, like you can't put a paragraph.
Sure.
But I would try to find the best 1 or 2 word combo that reflects that more than favorite element in this particular example. And I think that's where my misunderstanding is. I was misunderstanding. I'm like, element seems very straightforward to me. I don't understand why there's a combo. But if someone comes into the stream and thinks void is like their first instinct is void as an element, and I don't, that's where the disconnect is. I just never would have put void under the element category.
Sure.
But it is that is an interesting aspect of like how the bios are work. And I feel like there's going to be 2 bios realistically. There's going to be the bio one stream, which will probably be all the first questions that we get asked, and then like the most prominent, right? Like I guess the most common things you would think people would want to know about.
Easiest stuff to display, lightweight.
But then there'll be the website bio, which will be anything and everything people ask will just constantly get upgraded with that.
Sure.
And that will be just truthfully the bio, right? So I think that's where
I do kind of like the idea of them building that way. It's just like whatever's on there. Like we'll have some general stuff that people can choose from, but outside of that, whatever people ask, whatever people genuinely want to know, that's just what goes on there, and it just gets built. Because I wouldn't know what to put on a bio. Like
Same.
like
that's why I kind of did it.
I don't really care about like. I don't care. But
And maybe we do the stream bio has the most common info, or it only has the most recent. So kind of like a chat, right? The first question is at the very top, and then the next question, and the next question, and then it just cycles until we don't have any room. And then any question you don't see on stream is now on the website, right? Like it could be just that, where you only ever see the most recent question. But if we're around long enough and people do this long enough, those in the know go check the website first and see if the question's already been asked.
Sure.
So
now that's interesting. If somebody pays to ask a question that's already been asked, will they get refunded?
Yeah. That, or we would just ask them to ask them the question. But that would again push more and more to I think of we'd start by just letting them re-ask, but I think once we got big enough, it would be hey, this has been pushed back because, as you can tell, it's already on our bio. Please check the link before you ask questions. And it will kind of like, once we get big enough, we can kind of do that where we're like, hey guys, check the resource before you ask questions.
Sure.
But we'd have to be like, I think we'd have to have a lot of questions already asked to get that, to get like to the point where we have to ask them to go to a third party website.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, if like I said, if we get to the point where we're not reading every chat anymore, yeah, like maybe that's
yeah. See, I would almost even say like what Hecate is asking is almost like what abstract element best represents would be the question, and then like the snippet would be like abstract or favorite abstract, something like that, right?
Sure.
To give it the idea of Hecate is saying like what natural. So I would say like I would use the word abstract just because if we said something like void.
Sure.
It would tell everybody, okay, we understand what we're talking about, the category of things, but I just don't know if, depending on what we both said, I don't know if I would want just the word element or if at least it was abstract and you said shadow. Because if you went out of your way and said, oh, shadow.
Sure.
Shadow's not a real element, but If we just said, what is your relative, abstract element, and you said shadow, I don't think anybody would question it.
Sure.
In my opinion, someone will come in and go, abstract element shadow. Oh, I get it. That's not,
Yeah.
because that's not an elemental damage. It's
Sure.
not an actual element. It's not a periodic table element. But if you are a gamer, a TTRPGer, or just in general, if you're like, oh, the element of shadow, like, okay, I get that.
Sure.
And that's where I think my mindset when I say it depends on who's asking the question is just digging it out of them. What do you mean by this question? I don't want to make it difficult, but I want to give you what you're asking.
Yes. And
if,
I think genuinely, number one, that doesn't get done enough. Like, too often in just general communication, people don't take the time to actually find out what the person's asking or what the person is trying to communicate when they answer what they're asking. And so often things get lost in translation, things get assumed it's one way when it's not. So I definitely believe that there's a lot of value in that type of clarification. So figuring that out is good.
and just exactly what we have learned through just the 20 years we've known each other. And again, so funny. I mean, think about it. 2 years ago when we started this, how many of our viewers thought we would fight on stream? Like, how many people thought we were fighting?
And again,
And just realizing that,
they
like,
still
that's
think
just
it
how
is.
that's how we converse. But at the end of the day, that's why we do things the way we do. I have learned over time that it's not it's not valuable, in my opinion, to take someone at their word. When they say element, it's not. I have learned the value of questioning what do you mean by element.
Yes.
Whereas, like you said, some people just have a broad general like usage. But for me, it's like, no, I've learned the importance of saying what do you mean by element because my answer may not suffice.
Yes.
And exactly like you were saying, is how do we tell people who come in, how do we reflect our meaning? And we might not ever do that. I might say, what is your, what did I say? Abstract element. People will be like, what's a fucking abstract element? What do you mean by shadow? They might not understand what that means.
And if they don't, then they can go inquire to find out, which is fine. If they're in a situation like that,
which was my intent, right? If you don't understand what it means, ask us. It's content. But I think I was
my
under
purpose
the
was that they
assumption,
misunderstand what we mean, like understand it to be something that it isn't.
And that's fair too. If that's the case, then
because I feel like there's a balance between the likelihood from that happening, people looking at it, reading it, and believing in their own mind that they understand what you meant by what you meant. Very similarly to how you believed you knew what Hecate meant when he used the word element.
Yeah.
But then now when you hear void, you're like, maybe I don't know what you mean when you say element. Like that, like not necessarily everyone's gonna recognize, oh, he said shadow. What's going on?
And that's why I have that instinct of I'm just going to go out of my way to clarify because again, one person might want to know specifically out of the floor.
Sure. And I would say for me, the biggest thing is I feel like to a certain extent, I have done my utmost to I don't really want to just call it training my intuition, but I feel like the way somebody asks something gives me a lot of information of what they're assuming when it comes to what they actually mean by asking it. And so, like, when Hecate first asked that question, I totally would have understood void being a possibility because of how he asked the question. Because it felt like he was just talking about like I want to get like Vortex's vibe, right? Like, did you call yourself Vortex because your wind is your favorite? Because it's gonna be like a tornado type deal, or like
but see,
whatever.
For me, there's no context for that, and
which is fair.
Just,
but like that would be the question. Is like, what do you most identify with?
Yeah.
Like, what most like fits your motif, your vibe? Like,
yeah.
If you were to have something wisping off of you, what would it be?
But yeah, but again, for me, living a life of words, every word matters.
Sure.
Just. There's no basis and no context for me to be like, oh, I'll just assume it means anything in general of abstract because to me it's like that's just the world I live in. I don't live in a world of anything could mean anything. It's like when you say element, it's like, well, again, are we talking about primary elements? Are we talking about the periodic table of elements? Like element doesn't just, and maybe that's the problem. Element doesn't just mean something to me. When you say the word element, my mind immediately spreads it out and go, which one are we talking about? Sure. Without more context, like you were totally fine being like, well, we're D&D people. But for me, I don't just make all those assumptions of, well, because we usually talk about D&D, it's that open. Like it's that
like if somebody
for
said,
me,
what's your favorite type of scoring sports, or what's your favorite score that you've ever seen in sports? You're like, all right, what sport are you talking about?
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
like-
No. There's plenty of like neurotypical people who would be like, it's this football game, or it was that basketball game. I'd be like, well, what? Well, there's so many different types of scores. Like I've seen some great football games, I've seen some. But then again, I'd also be like, but are you talking about like the most fantastic score? Because I saw the game of football go to 98 points, and I've never seen that before. But I also saw a Super Bowl where it was 6-0. So in my mind, I'm like, what do you mean by like? I need context. I am not the kind of mind who just takes one thing and jumps to.
And I will say, I think that comes a lot with learning how to speak your language, right? The way you understand things to be, the way you understand the world to be, the way you understand, communication and those words to actually be. And it's like, for me, I'm gonna know to ask you those questions. I'm gonna know to attempt to preface what I'm asking you with some of this additional information so that you're gonna get that.
Right.
But I won't be able to do all of that. I won't be able to do all of that with your responses, which is where a lot of the conversation comes from, the back and forth. It's like, okay, you said this in response to my question. Let me make sure you know where I'm coming from on that front. Just like what we were trying to hash out when it came to my question about, does it matter if they understand what it is? Like there was elements of that I believe were missing, and I think Hecate helped fill those in.
Right.
When they gave their comments. So, it's definitely challenging, but there's been this debate on whose job it is to make sure communication happens. And is it the sender or the receiver? And I genuinely think the answer is both. Yeah, like it's got to be both people. I got to do my best to make sure you understand what I'm either asking, or I got to do my best to make sure you understand how I'm answering, and vice versa. Like, it's very valuable. When I'm trying to see what the other person is doing. Hey, look at that! Look at that!
Here we go, chat. You can see that bubbling away. That is the fruits of our labor. Look at that. You can see down here. I hope it. It's not as liquidy as I'm used to, so. I really do hope that it's. Oh yeah. There's a little bit of firmness. But I mean, yeah, we're. Oh yeah, we're. A little bit of firmness, but at 200 degrees.
Is that firmness? Do we think it's the noodle?
Well, yeah, like so. It's not like it's not like I had to push through them, but I can feel every layer of the noodle. So we have a good noodle. Chad, do you see this like?
Oh yeah, there's that.
It looks fire. Not my element fire. I gotta go use the restroom real quick and make this up a new meal, but I'm just gonna let that cool, and then we're gonna taste it. Are you excited?
Oh, I'm here for it.
Are you excited?
I'm so here for it.
I mean, I know you didn't 100% wasn't like 100% just like from scratch on your own, but like we did that. That looks fucking good, man.
We made food. It's the business. Yeah, I am kind of hyped for this. Yep, got a little bit right here, Let me actually see how much of this actually filled off on the pan down here. Or if we we stayed pretty clean. So I don't know. I like it. You tell me what y'all think. Do you guys enjoy watching us make? I'm very interested to see what this is going to taste like. I loved the sauce after we put it together. So now it's just how do we feel about it with the cheese and the noodles. But yeah, dude, this is business. What happened? do it with his mic now. It's fully off. Which one of these would be yours?
This is our mic. We're sharing.
Okay, got you. You know, I was thinking the ChillHop was ours.
Oh. Okay, I can't do it until I'm actually talking. But hopefully, while I'm talking, you can hear those nice little screams. You can.
Like
Okay.
they said they couldn't hear it. So.
I mean, the microphone's we have to have
Too
like
good.
a amount of thing. But yeah. So that's another successful cooking stream. Nice little Friday. I mean, 3.5 hours. Not bad. Especially if we had like a half hour of setup.
Fair enough.
Fried chicken with French fries and gravy.
Wild.
Now they fat and full and asleep. Exactly.
I love it.
I like
That's
that.
the freaking business.
Fat, full, and asleep kids, the best kind of kids.
Accurate.
I mean, if they're asleep, they're quiet.
Hopefully. They're
Nicer.
snores or sleepwalking / talk.
Yeah. I'm gonna go make myself one final tiny drink because that was actually a good little sipper that I made myself recently.
Nice.
I'm telling you, chat, I am getting absolutely addicted, to these cherry bitters. Like there is just nothing. Like I used to hate bitters, and it's only because I ever had like Aristoga, or Angostura bitters, and I started getting into the orange bitters from Angostura, and then from there I got they shoots, which is really tasty, and now I have these cherry bitters. Oh my gosh!
I'll bring you another one of these next time I come over.
What's that?
I'll bring you another one next time I come over.
Oh, dude, don't worry about it. But yeah, these cherry bitters, man. Like, if you smell these, you can just tell they're not bitter.
Oh wow!
Like, it's not that like.
Oh, I would fuck with that.
Right? It's so
I know exactly
good.
what that is.
It's so fucking good. So I'm making a new drink. I haven't figured out the ratios just yet, but I'm thinking I'm landing on them right now. So Soul, if you're listening, I'm working on a brand new MGS drink, but it consists of white rum, cherry bitters, sweet and sour mix, and top it off. So it's like 1.5 ounces or 2 ounces of white rum, like 4 dashes of cherry bitters, probably like 1/2 ounce to 3/4 ounce of sweet and sour, in a chilled glass, and then topped with Coke. And this right here, bro, like that is like, to me, it's all the best parts of a Long Island. But
Fair enough.
you know, I feel like this is literally a Long Island but better because it's like a Long Island but with cherry Coke, but you don't get all of like. It's a lot smoother of a ride. You know how with it's not like you go Long Islands are crazy. They're pretty smooth, but you know how they're kind of a rocky ride, right?
Sure.
You have like, oh, this is nice. It's sugary. It's alcoholic. It's sugary. It's alcoholic, and you get that like kind of ride. This is just that straight like, oh, sugary alcohol.
Sure.
With that little bit of cherry on top, literally, and you're just like, I can slide right through this drink.
Wild.
You know, it's.
I'm mad at it.
There's just something about it.
I do agree with Kage after we finish our little taste. We're gonna be that full and nappy.
Well, speaking of,
Happy and nappy.
I guess we can find out how good this is.
Yes, flat.
Okay, so we might have needed to let this go a little bit longer.
I mean, we always can, unless we need to reheat pretty significantly.
I'm concerned the pasta is not nearly as concerned as I would normally like it.
Pasta.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'm concerned with. I'm actually going. First, let me just take a test corner. Let me just test the corner first. Because if this doesn't have good pasta, so look at how just look at that ricotta.
Yeah.
Really just melted everything. Up.
Get a noodle on that one.
All over the gimbal.
Gives the gimbal a little extra flavor.
You know what?
Yeah.
I don't think we have a problem. No.
Bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, runaway food, exactly. How big a piece you want. I don't know how hungry you are, but
I'll eat a good portion. I can always eat.
this might not come out clean. Like, you know what I mean? I might not like scoop this out pretty fucking
I
clean.
keep trying to tell you, if it doesn't get all over the place, it doesn't belong in there.
You good for just a big old
Yeah.
piece?
Just put that in.
All right, chat. There's
It's healthy.
that almost went in my drink. It didn't, but it almost did. All right, so there's our helpings.
All right.
So yeah. Grab yourself a nice big old trunk.
Yeah, where?
Oh, I completely didn't even grab you.
That's all right.
Uh,
This one?
Yeah, just cheers. Yeah. If you like it cheesy, this is definitely cheesy. Now see, I don't know about you. I love being able to bite in and every few bites really get a chunk of meat. And feel like not like chewy, but I'm like I take a couple bites and I'm like, oh, there's a good meat I have to chew through.
Sure.
Without it just being part of the sauce. That is my preferred. I don't know about you, but
I again, I'm not mad at it. It's not what I think of when I think of lasagna consistency, but don't get me wrong.
so maybe not what you would cook yourself, but you're not upset about it.
Not at all. Not at all. I very much enjoy that experience. Like there are certain textures that I dislike.
Mm-hmm.
The textures of like finding like nuts in my, I dislike that almost no matter what you're making. Like it's just bothersome, especially when it's
The
dry.
flavor, not the texture, right? Like you like the flavor of a nut, but not the texture.
Correct,
Of that. I don't
right.
want to be chewing on it.
I'm okay with the flavor, you know, but you know a lot of the time it's a huge texture, you know. So my lady, I don't know what it is, but everybody talks about wanting to add crunch. And like I understand like the vibe, but I feel like crunch is something that has its place, and people just try to put it too many places. Like
Not everything needs crunch.
people are trying to put like, and even to a certain extent, I can understand this in some cases, but too often I feel people are trying to put like chips in their burgers, and like stuff like that. And I'm like, again, like they're like, let me put chips on my pizza. Let me put. They mostly use chips to give stuff crunch, but like they can use
Yeah.
other things. But still,
So, I would say that my only change, I would let it go on another 5 minutes. There was one piece of the pasta that was a little bit rough. I think it was more for the topping a little bit overdone. But there's nothing wrong with this. This is perfect. I would probably let it go a little bit more, not because the textures, but because I feel like the cheese, as nice as it is, it's very creamy, but I don't feel like it really smoothed out. I feel like the ricotta is still very in its chunk.
sure.
So that's the only thing I would change. Maybe another 5-10 minutes.
Okay.
Let the ricotta melt more. But I don't know if you can taste it.
Yeah, that was a hard.
Yeah. And that might be at the bottom. I just did it too long. But otherwise, a couple more minutes. I love that flavor of the meat. Like that, the Worcester and the red wine.
No, I think the meat came out well.
I got one bad piece. And literally, I've only had one bad bite of pasta so far. So, probably a few more minutes. Probably just, I underestimated because of the size. I underestimated the time. Which, again, happens.
Sure.
But that's it. That's my only change. A few more minutes and to let the ricotta done. But I love what we did with the meat. I think the pasta is great.
Love the sauce. There is something about the cheese. I'm not experienced enough to be able to put my finger on. It's like, I don't dislike the flavor. It feels like it's the consistency.
It's too thick. It's not creamy. It's thick.
Sure.
For me, like that's where I feel like if it went in 10 more minutes, it would have smoothed out and been more like a bechamel sauce, like an actual sauce, and not so much like warm cheese. Like
Yes, but there's also for me there's something else. It's almost like, and maybe it's the same thing, but like I hear what you're saying when you say smooth, because like it doesn't taste smooth, not necessarily.
This tastes more like burger cheese, not mac and cheese cheese. This is not smooth like mac and cheese. This is more like a burger where it's there, but it's holding on. It's like it's.
I would even say
thick. I don't want to use the word thick, but
yeah,
it's
thick as it's
viscous. It's not thick. It's viscous.
Even I want to use the word grainy, but it's not the right word. It's
not granular. Yeah, you don't taste like.
It's not granular, but it's. It almost feels like, the best way I can describe it is almost porous, not like sandpaper, but it's almost like.
I totally get what you're meaning, and that's because, kind of like how when you whip something, like whip cheese or whip butter, it gets like airy.
For sure.
That's because it didn't melt enough. That's why I mean, like, if we had left it in like 5-10 more minutes, that ricotta would have really more melted and become I think the consistency. I think that's my personal opinion. It's the ricotta is just not homogeneous enough. Partially my fault, because normally with ricotta, you mix it up in the bowl or the jar.
Sure.
When you spread it out,
Sure.
I kind of clumped it and spread it. So I think that's more technique than it is ingredient.
Sure.
But I'm glad you like it. I'm glad that this is good for you. Hopefully you can take something away from this, whether or not you ever do this again. But this was fun. Regardless of real world stuff, this was a lot of fun. I
super agree.
Really enjoyed this. Chad, did you enjoy this? Did you enjoy watching us make food and eating it?
However long you were here for it.
Yeah. 11 o'clock. But we finally ate food.
I'm here for it.
It is very delicious. Thank you so much. Looks very delicious. Tastes very delicious. I know Vixie's probably going to be very looking forward to some leftovers, because that's half a lasagna leftover.
Yeah.
I know. I'm hoping Krem is kind of excited for this, because I have a feeling that she would be all over you cooking more. Like if you did start to really cook for her, I'm sure she'd be all over it.
I got to be real specific about what I cook. Once I get more comfortable about doing things and making stuff not be bad, then I think I can find that. All right, here is what ingredients I can and can't use,
Right.
type stuff, and then what do I put together with this? How do I make it decent, reasonable, whatever you want to call it?
Yeah.
So I think so. I think
Well, and so I would say, like, not necessarily just because, again, this wasn't a truly intended to, like, treat you like you don't know what you're doing in the kitchen, but as an opportunity to do a cooking stream as well as just expand a little bit of what you can do in the kitchen, or at least what you know. Is there anything that you took away from this? Anything that you might, whether or not it's, oh hi bud, yeah, you're that hungry, you so I guess I'm glad you made it to the best part of the stream too. Thank you so much. Like I say. But yeah, is there anything that you would take away, whether it's like just confidence in cooking lasagna from scratch, or how we did like, is there anything that you found beneficial? Because I would like to know for like future, if we do cooking streams,
I feel like
what can we continue to do other than just make food?
when it comes to takeaways and stuff like that, the biggest takeaway that I feel like I'm gonna actually keep with me, um, if hypothetically, if this is the only one of these that we do, um, for today is going to be the 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 systematic approach that we take. Meaning, it's like, okay, what's the foundation? What are we doing? Like, tweak the elements. Like, I honestly look at it very similar to how I do coding, right? Like, if we're making like a module of something, I know that not everything in cooking is going to be modular, but it's like, okay, the sauce. How do I tweak the sauce to be what I want the sauce to be? Okay, the meat itself. How do I tweak the meat to be what I want the meat to be? How do I tweak the cheese consistency to be what I want it to be? And you might have to mess with some of the other things to do those things, but
Right.
it's like that attitude, that
Actually,
mentality.
I think coding is a really good analogy for you to use because that's what you're familiar with. And you're right. Yes, not all coding requires modularity, but I think it's the right approach because you can use exactly the same thing that I was talking about earlier between the meat and the sauce, right? I try to use the analogy of how we did the onion.
Sure.
But in coding, the analogy for cooking is that, yes, you want to know the end result, right? You want to know the end project. But the end project requires a foundation. For instance, where I'm making the oracle, but the foundation of the oracle is knowing, right?
Sure.
So I know that that's my bread and butter. But how do I, what repositories do I need to make Melee Search work better, right?
Sure.
And similar to that, even though not all cooking and not all coding is modular, when you're thinking of something like, how do I do the sauce? You know that the sauce is one part of the code, and that code needs to be a certain way. But while you could make a very robust and complicated code that has everything you need, it might be easier to make one code, then make a separate code and have those talk to each other, which is what I was trying to talk about with meat. You could have seasoned just the sauce, brown the meat, and throw the meat in. But that's a different code than coding the sauce one way, coding the meat one way, and then saying, hey, you two work together, versus coding it in one long string. Like I learned with the Oracle. My very first attempt at ChatGPT was one large Python code to do everything. Then now I'm breaking it out into, N8N and this particular Python code and then this database over here. And that's where I feel like cooking might be a better understanding for you. Is this is just like code. It's not about how do I make the most robust code that does everything. It's how do I put these two pieces of code together to make a
How do I use these two techniques that I am aware of? How do I put them together and make something that functions, make something that tastes the way I want it to taste, right?
Exactly. I think that's a much better analogy because in learning coding, I feel like that's exactly it. You're taking multiple pieces of code that do different things and making them work together, right? Even in one Python code, you have like, the get directory, and that's like 20 lines. But then the next piece is, get repository, and then the next piece is, set, parameters. Those are three different codes all in the same recipe, but one of those can't do it.
Sure.
And that's what I love about cooking is I could have made a huge complicated sauce, but knowing that the sauce can be one thing, the meat can be another, but knowing when they come together what they'll build,
And I think
that's great about cooking.
the other thing that I really find valuable is stuff like, okay, when it comes to making cheese or something more creamy, right? There are certain techniques that you can use, like adding milk or something like that, to like
Right.
just make something thicker in its consistency and its whatever. And like being able to like do that, like I feel like is being able to like add certain features into your code. Like if something that I've coded requires user input, right? And it's possible for you to put the wrong input. Say I want a number, but you can type anything you want on your keyboard. Knowing techniques to ensure like, hey, you can only type numbers in here, or it'll
Right.
give you an error message if you do, or if you whatever the case. Like there are different techniques that you can use to make adjustments to things depending upon what's required for this particular recipe or whatever it is
And that's
you're
exactly
building.
what it is. Once you learn how to fry a burger, you can make a burger taste however you want. But the key is learning how to fry the meat. It's not about like you can watch 1,000 different recipes and they'll all tell you how to season the meat differently. But if what you're only taking out of them is the flavor combo and not taking out the technique of how to act time and temp, then you're never going to learn how to cook a good burger. Because once you learn time and temp, like once you learn using Python over C++, that's the foundation, and then you have to choose how to use it, right?
Sure.
But you need to understand, like, if I'm going to write this code, there's 5 different ways to use it, but there is a way that is homogenous to what I'm trying to do with it, right? Even though there's 5 different ways to write the code, one of those works best with my output.
Sure.
And same thing with food, right? Grilling does something different than roasting, does something different than pan frying. Knowing which one of those you need for the meal you want is just as important as knowing the language or knowing the repository you need, right?
Sure.
It's those pieces that build to the next step, right?
Yeah.
You can take a piece of burger patty and go grill it. You could grill it with salt and pepper and make it taste amazing. You could grill it with garlic and onion and make it taste amazing. You can grill it with barbecue sauce and make it taste amazing. But if you don't know what temperature to set that grill at, and you don't know when to flip it and when to take it off, it doesn't matter what you fucking throw on it, you're gonna ruin that burger. And that's where I feel like that coding is right? Anybody can code. Anybody can go to ChatGPT, ask them to spit out a code, and write a sloppy code, and it will work.
Sure.
But knowing why that code did that, knowing the difference between writing a B and a capital B in a code, is the difference between knowing to put it on low on your grill and put it at 375.
It's interesting because like when I used to work with your wife a long time ago, there was another guy that would create coding things to help make supposedly his life better. And like I cannot tell you how many times
We'll
like
call him Breaky. I can't say his real name. We'll just call him Breaky because everything he fucking touches breaks.
it was so crazy to me, like, because don't get me wrong, like I googled stuff, but like I'll say, because when you were originally talking about doing your project, you were talking about how you were asking ChatGPT. Like, I don't necessarily need to know why everything works. I just need to know what to do in these particular scenarios. And very similarly, like, I don't necessarily need to know why adding milk is going to make it thicker. I don't need to know like the chemistry behind it.
But you need to know that
knowing
milk is better than water.
knowing that technique is going to get this outcome is important.
Like the difference between knowing that you know, even though we didn't do it perfect. In the future, whenever you decide that you want to make lasagna, you know you don't have to pre-boil. Even though this may not have been perfect, right? We had a few bites that were a little bit tough. The majority of this was cooked, and you probably can't tell the difference between whether you baked it. Now, granted, had we pre-boiled it, it would have added like 20, 30, 40 minutes, and there probably would have been no firm spots.
Sure.
But knowing that firm spot is a difference of 5 extra minutes in the oven versus 20 minutes of boiling, to me, that was huge knowledge to learn in make. Because one of my biggest holdups in lasagna is the pasta.
Sure.
The day I learned that I can just throw raw pasta and just cover it and I'm done, literally makes me want to make lasagna.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's what we're talking about, right? It's not about why this is better or not, but simply going, oh, I don't have to. You didn't have to tell me, oh, well, the pasta has enough water, and then when you do this and that's like, no. Just tell me I don't need the water in the first
I
place.
learned that you can use a global variable, which is a variable that you define outside of a specific module.
Yep.
And then any module can use that, and it stores it outside of it, so I don't have to recreate this module or pass it through every single one.
I
It takes
first
so
wa-
many extra times.
I first learned that for security purposes
I'm
when I was
like-
building the very first Oracle. One of the things I needed was like all my API keys.
Sure.
Well, in talking with my AI agent and just building the code, at one point we were talking about optimizations, and it's like, oh yeah, by the way, all your stuff's hard coded. If you ever share this with somebody, you're fucked. And then I was well, what can I do? And it was like, oh, well, you should have created a JSON file. I'm like, you motherfucker, why didn't you protect that in the first? That's the problem with ChatGPT.
Sure.
Is it gives you exactly what you asked for, whereas with Claude, it would have thought about that already.
Sure.
But I digress. But exactly, I was halfway through my project with hard-coded shit, and it was like, I was like, what are some optimizations? And it's like, oh, you should probably hide this shit. Why did we hard-code it? So it taught me how to make, a config file
Sure.
that can have a global variable that just says, anytime I say this word, go point to that file. I totally get you on that. Like,
But
the day I
very
learned
much so,
that,
yeah.
it blew my mind because it's those things where when you're learning about something. Now, granted, this is where if you want to be a professional, you would have learned that day one. Hey, always protect your data. But we are professional, and we're not doing it in a way that my project was in no way in threat of somebody discovering my API key. But knowing that for future reference was important. But that's where the whole thing of, I'm not doing this for other people. I'm not doing this for my business. I'm not doing this for my job that has security issues. I'm doing this for my own YouTube channel. And I'm literally the only one looking at it.
And the same thing goes with cooking. It's like, I'm doing this to make food for me. You know what I mean? I'm doing this so that I can enjoy eating food that I actually like without having to like go to a restaurant and pay like $50 for a meal type deal.
Exactly. And
going
back, I love that you're bringing all of this back full circle. The exact thing why we can't tell people, we can't suggest that people quick thaw their meat.
Sure.
The reason why I won't. Not that there's anything legal based of it, but I mean, being married to, a pastry chef who went to school and who has very strict standards of hygiene,
learned all
I understand the dichotomy of what's truly dangerous and what is statistically dangerous, right? Like all of those food rules that seem really, really like obscure or just like that doesn't seem like it's that necessary. The reason why it's necessary is not because the individual incident has a high outcome. Like you could have a 0.1% chance of something bad happening.
Sure.
0.1% is nothing. That's like, again, that's such a small fraction. Who cares? But when you're a business who serves 100,000 people a day, or God forbid 100,000 people an hour, like McDonald's, when that 0.1% is a billion people, that's thousands of people. But when you're at home, the likelihood of you cooking chicken and getting like food poisoning is like you might do that once every 10 years in your kitchen.
Sure.
McDonald's making that same mistake will poison thousands of people a day. That's why people don't understand. Like, yes, these things are important, and when businesses or the food administration or anything like that makes these things like, oh, that would get you fired.
Sure.
Yes, it's because when you look at the pure statistical value, 1% against one person in their own kitchen 3 times a day is minuscule. But like 1% of 100 people every second is 3 people a second.
I feel like that's why every time I see Gordon Ramsay freaking out on people, it's because, he's thinking with that mentality.
Yes.
It's like we're a restaurant. We're serving a bunch of people. Like you cannot be putting food out like this because somebody's gonna get sick.
Like I love like when you're growing up, you might have had the situation where you had people over and your family was like, oh, we'll cook things, and food was out on the table all fucking afternoon. The ketchup, the mustard, the mayo were on the fucking table.
Yeah.
How many times did you do I'm not saying everything like rich people, but like barbecues. Did you ever grow up and have a barbecue in your backyard and the ketchup and mustard sat outside on the outside table with the hot dogs all fucking afternoon? And what did you do by the end of the day? You put it right back in the fucking fridge. But at the same token, if you left it out for more than 5 fucking minutes, that's gonna go bad. It's the way we've been trained. But you got to remember, like again, you go to restaurants, their ketchup's out all day. Your ketchup says refrigerate after opening, but their ketchup is on the table all day. So you start to realize that the safety standards, do change based on the product and the quality, but it also changes based on who's handling it.
Sure.
What we did here today, the way that we thawed our meat is extremely dangerous, and I would not be able to own a restaurant by doing that. I couldn't own a food truck by doing that. That would get you shut down because that could contaminate your meat, that could cause bacteria to grow. But you also have to remember, if I'm doing this in a restaurant, I wasn't doing a pound. I wouldn't be doing just a pound of ground beef. I'd be doing 30 pounds of ground beef, quickly thawing it. What does 30 pounds of ground beef quickly thawed? That exponential rate, and again, that's every day. That's every day I'm quick thawing 30 pounds. The chances of me food poisoning one person, let alone 100, astronomical. If I get sick at home, what's the likelihood I'm even gonna know it's because of this? Like if one of us wakes up sick tomorrow or Sunday, what's the likelihood we're gonna be like, it was the meat, we didn't thaw the meat right? No, we're gonna be like, oh, we drank. Oh, you know what? I had Taco Bell yesterday. And that's the thing, right? Is when it's a restaurant, if you always cook at home and you go out to a restaurant and then you get food poisoning, you're immediately gonna go against the restaurant, and that's bad publicity. There ain't no bad publicity if one of us gets sick tonight. Like, and that's where I think people misunderstand. There are some food safeties that should always be adhered to. Like, when it comes to chicken and pork, there is no cutting corners on cook temperature. That internal temperature, chicken and pork, don't fuck with it. Especially, well, at least at bare minimum, if you're in America, don't fuck with cook temperatures with pork and chicken, because those are the two most cross-contaminated pieces of meat. Now, beef, if you know exactly where it comes from, you can have raw beef if you want. If you're in another country, you can have raw chicken. Technically, you can have raw chicken and raw pork in the right countries. You can't do that in America. Why? Because we don't have good cleanliness standards. But that's what I'm saying, right? Those things you do not skimp on. In my household, we do. Chicken, get 165, period. If it's 159, we ain't fucking touching it. Like, it is strict. But throwing meat in the sink because we're lazy,
it's jaywalking to me. It's jaywalking to me.
You pick your battles.
It's like, yes, I know I could get run over. Yes, I know I'd be in the wrong if I got ran over. But
I lose both ways. I didn't see a car. You know what I mean?
We here.
But that's the thing, right? Like, every time you do that, if you don't see a car for a mile, you're fine. But if every single person, every single day, just
jaywalks, playing Frogger,
there would be more accidents because, simply put, statistically speaking,
Prem gets very, very upset at me at the food that I choose to eat, despite it. Say,
bro, you got some nasty food, and you always have. This is the one that I will absolutely get up with your.
You can hate all day long, but again, I haven't got run over. I have not got run over by any of these cars. I do not get sick. Like,
I get you, but I'm just saying.
People disagree with me. Like, there'll be times where we'll fall asleep with food that I'll still eat it the next day. Like, I'm not that worried about it. I'm truly not. Like, if it's been 2 or 3 days and the food hasn't touched the refrigerator, okay, yes, that's a problem, right? Like, I'm not trying to do that. You know, I will say the one time that I thought I was good, this happened when I was still a martial arts instructor, before I even joined the military. So this was ages ago. But I ate a week-old sandwich that was refrigerated.
God damn.
And I thought I would be fun. I almost instantly got food poisoning. I was like, no, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. I forgot what was in it, but
yeah, I think the problem is you're not scared enough about what could happen. Because you say, well, I haven't gotten sick. Being sick is not the worst case scenario. That's all I'm saying. It's like, if you're saying, well, it's because I haven't gotten sick, it's not that big of a deal. I'm like, being sick is the least of my worries when it comes to eating questionable food. Just because there's so many bad things other than just food poisoning.
I mean, it's not even just food poisoning. Like, a lot of stuff can happen to you. But, again, like I said, and maybe you're right. Maybe I'm not scared enough about what's out there and what could be. But honestly, it's because I haven't seen a need to yet. it feels like getting struck by lightning or jaywalking, you know. And I'm like, listen, haters gonna hate. That's all I'm saying.
Haters gonna hate. The easiest way to just, get out of jail free card. Like, hey,
Exactly.
haters gonna hate. No, get out of jail free card. You can't be mad at me because haters gonna hate.
I mean, you can be mad at me all day long, but haters gonna hate. Like, that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, I love that. Honestly, though, I'm kind of just like, I'm having to get that same mentality though, like with TikTok and everything, because you want to do like good content, and yeah, you want to make some controversial content, but you also want to like you also don't want like true hatemanship, right? Hatemanship, I like
I
that.
mean, being controversial is one thing, but being antagonistic is another thing. And I think some people go to that extreme where it's like, hey, I'm trying to be antagonistic. I'm trying to be a dick. I'm trying to get people rage bait motherfuckers. You know,
like I
type
know my
shit.
hot takes. My hot takes aren't meant to be rage bait. I know that they are. They can be rage baiting to some people, but they're not intended to like.
Here's the deal: the
Like,
people
I don't
that
think
get baited by
misinformation.
those things are people who are out looking to get baited. And
Yeah.
I think there's a huge difference on that front.
Well, and I feel like there's a big difference between knowing that you have a controversial opinion and it's going to goat people into a response is one thing. Saying something you're only saying for the specific reason to get to people is a problem, right?
There was this TikTok I saw not too long ago where this guy was playing out two rage baiters like meeting up, and they were just like saying the most ridiculous takes, and just like,
Yep, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
that's fine. What about this?
Like,
Oh,
no,
okay.
I actually think that's totally.
No,
I
I
think
totally
that's totally
agree.
legit.
Yeah.
Just like this. Like,
Avatar is the Avatar, the live action movie is way better than the anime.
Absolutely. Really, Goku wasn't the hero of DBZ at all.
No, it was Bulma.
Yeah, no, I mean, Krillin really was, the star of the show.
Yeah.
Mm.
So like, there are people that will come out for that purpose and just try and piss people off.
Yeah, but it's like I know when I say something that's not popular, but that's the difference in rage bait.
And, like,
I'm not sitting there being
And
like
you do it because you want to get the other perspective, but at the same time, it's like, I get that where I'm coming from is not the most popular, it's not the most common, it's not the most, and it's potentially controversial, but like, I'm okay with being controversial. I want you to.
The difference between being rage baity and being controversial, right? Controversial is being like, hey, look, unpopular opinion. This is just me. Don't like Taylor Swift. Not into her music. That's controversial.
For sure.
Rage baity is being like, Taylor Swift ain't shit. Like, that's just, for a fact, whether or not you believe it, the way that you presented that is purely to piss off like a Swift.
Sure.
But if you just come out and go, look, nothing wrong with music, I just don't go out of my way to listen to it. That's just a take.
I would say it's fair enough to say I believe Taylor Swift is overrated.
And that's fine. But
Right?
just say she ain't shit or she's actually not talented. Come on, dude, shut the fuck up. You are seriously just trying not only are you trying to piss off the fans, you're trying to piss off anyone with sense. Like it's one thing to just be like, I'm not a fan of something, but to try to literally say the exact opposite of what is a reality of, well, that person really didn't have any value. It's like, come on now.
I'll say there are people, kind of like you were talking about earlier when it comes to like the elements, right? Like, in the world that you live in, when somebody says that, it doesn't mean that other thing.
Yeah.
In other people's world, it might. I definitely believe that there are people who have created a world where what they're saying is true. And, just like there are a lot of people who have created a world where this earth is flat. And that's what's true. And it's
birds
like,
don't exist.
there's all kinds of mentalities that people can approach things with and, believe. And so it's like, how much do you believe this? What are you actually looking for? Because I know that there are plenty of people out there that are just looking for the world that they live in to be confirmed by everybody else. And there's plenty of other people who are looking to live in an objective world as best as they know how. Not all of it's going to be objective,
No,
but as
but
much as you can, when you find information that can be defined as truth, you are looking to assimilate it and add it to the truth that you continue to exist, recognizing. And I will say that is the harder way to go because you have to do a lot. You have to keep yourself open to be able to add pieces you might not have had before, and that's a
or
hard.
remove pieces that are no longer fitting.
Yeah, exactly. That's
it's
oh, I recognize I need to replace this piece with this other piece, but in order to do that, I got to take some shit apart. And you're
Yeah.
like, well, fuck, I don't want to take some shit apart.
and that's I think the hardest part is most people are. I think the average person is willing to add. Most people are not willing to take away, and even less people are willing to replace. That I think is the harsh reality of just how the brain works. Right? Everyone's willing to add to their own knowledge. Very few people are willing to take away from what they believe they know. Like, it's very hard to teach someone what you know is wrong. But I think it's even harder to teach someone the replacement. Like,
and I think that's the definition of you can't teach an old dog new tricks.
yes.
Like the longer you've had something, the more solidified it becomes as a part of your nature or what you've chosen for yourself. So
Yeah.
somebody who keeps themselves flexible throughout their life, someone who keeps themselves in a place where they're willing to learn throughout their life, that is a hard pressed find, but a very valuable find.
Yeah.
Um,
Because at least, you have someone whether or not they are stuck in their current ways, you know that those current ways are correct.
sure,
You can be stuck in a current way because that's the road you're on, but you know that you're willing to turn off.
and here's the deal,
You're
like
not stuck on it.
even for me, there are a lot of things that I've chosen to believe and associate thus far. I feel like a lot of the times that's because I have not been presented enough evidence to fill in the gaps that I have. And I think that's where it comes into is it's like I believe what I believe based upon this certain current structure. And I feel like I've gotten enough practice to understand what it looks like to restructure things fairly efficiently. And I think that's not what a lot of people have. So like whenever it comes time for me to take something away, add something in, replace something with something else, I'm like, I'm ready to do that if I really need to.
Yeah.
But it's so hard. It's so hard. We out here doing the best with what we got.
Well, I think it's one left. I think we're all here for food.
All right. Well,
Fair
fair enough.
Well, thank you so much for joining us today. It was a lot of fun. We will be back on Monday for your regularly scheduled D&D content. And
Yep.
I think next Friday we will officially finish up the pop culture build for Johnny. I think we're
Nice.
finally full circle that because I do want to get that one done. So we're doing that. So that'll be officially next Friday. Pop culture builds for Johnny 5 for the circuit. We'll both have to try to find some time to watch the movies this week.
I really do gotta watch that. For real. Let me know if anybody knows what streaming service they're on.
I'll probably find out this week. I'll let you know. Otherwise, thank you all so much for joining us. I think that was my phone dying. Nope, not yet. But yeah, I really do appreciate everybody. We had a lot of fun today. We will be doing more of these cooking IRL and whatever streams. Again, just trying to do more stuff. But otherwise, thank you all so much. We'll be back on Monday. You guys had a great week.